fun than I expected. I was a bit nervous, but then when I came, I realised that we were going to do fun things.
I learned about being grateful, standing up for myself.
So it was fun learning today, wasn't it? Yeah. So yeah, very fun learning, very educational, very positive.
Enlightened.
Energetic.
Interactive.
Exciting.
Exciting, very good.
Yes, I would recommend this.
I would recommend it, and I think it would be nice because all my other friends will be able to have this experience.
Learn about being a leader, to never give up, and how to stand up for yourself.
I would recommend it, and it makes you think more about your goals and how you should achieve them.
Definitely, because I want them to share the experience as well.
So for me it was a very inspirational day, and I think these are the things which analyzes the best of the energies the kids have. So thank you to Anita and Avnish and Jermaine for putting up such a wonderful program.
Yeah, I feel very excited that we keep dropping the pebbles in the pond and the ripples are being impacted, and the more stories we hear, it's very fulfilling and satisfying.
I really enjoy it. It's like the most amazing experience that I could have.
But actually there were so many children that were really quiet at the beginning, and by the end they stood on their chairs, they were all friends, it was really nice.
I've had a fantastic day and I've really enjoyed it, so thank you.
For me, just being in the presence of people reconnecting is just, you can't experience that anywhere else really.
You gave them a platform to say it's okay to be open, to share, just to tell each other that you love each other.
There's nothing more enchanting than to go back to the place of my birth, the place we left over 50 years ago, as I explore my history and beginnings. Travelling through the bustling streets, absorbing the noise and smells, the colours and the rich culture of India, as well as its challenges. This could have easily been my life. Stepping back into the house where I was born brought a sense of fascination, seeing the flour milling and the bullocks, how small it all looks, and I think of how far we have come.
From 50 years ago.
Coming from the West, we're chasing more and more. It's always I'll be happy when. Coming here gets me to see that as a society we're chasing and chasing for happiness and fulfillment when it's already within us. It's about discovering it, and this trip I hope will do just that. This trip I hope will take the enjoyment of vacation and holidays to another level. It's travelling with purpose.
My name is Avnish Goyal. I am the founder of the HemrajGoyalFoundation. The vision of the foundation that I felt that I wanted to create nearly 10 years ago has really taken a whole nother level in these last couple of weeks. Kind of in line with everything that I imagined and so much more. For me, giving is living. And the growth that I've experienced over the last few weeks, along with everybody that's been on this trip, has just been truly remarkable. It's something that you couldn't have planned for, you couldn't have even imagined it. It's one of those things where you just have to do it.
I trust that throwing myself into this adventure of travelling around India, who helped me experience and learn things that I never knew existed, and enrich my life through meeting wonderful people and trying new things.
The car rally, wow. The women's car rally, it's the 14th year that this has been organised by a gentleman named Sanjay Kaushik.
Great vision, I think, in terms of 14 years. So if you go back 2005, started this really to empower women who are doing all sorts of things.
To come together, to be empowered, to drive and race each other, to raise funds for their chosen charities.
So in Kathmandu Valley, there we were looking at where the brick making factories are.
I was fascinated to see how the bricks were made here by hand. The methods used were laborious, and there were women working alongside the men in very basic conditions. Seeing the children coming together to attend a school in a safe place, away from the dangerous conditions of their parent labourers, was so great to see. It was heartening to see how happy the children were with their interactions with the teachers. They were far safer being in the classroom, learning, whilst their parents earned a living. Street Child works in some of the most marginalised communities, and this was definitely one of them.
The good one was when they're brushing their teeth, and they were around this big blue plastic container, and they're all brushing their teeth at 11 a.m. and they're all getting into good habits. They're learning these and then going back into their classroom and then singing, and the teacher just having this fantastic engagement with children, and very organised, nicely disciplined in that they have timings to everything, so they've got a good routine. And you know, stuff that children need to grow healthily and happily.
The Street Child project was launched in Nepal in 2015 in partnership with UNICEF to help rebuild schools in the communities worst affected by the earthquake. Every child deserves the chance to go to school and access the learning opportunities that they have a right to.
And on the Monday, we started on our first project, which was Mighty Nepal. Seeing the whole setup and seeing what HemrajGoyal has set up in Kathmandu.
Just seeing what Anuradha's done, having that presentation first, that was just kind of a bit of a flavour of what she's built there with her team. And the amount of people that she's helping, I think that was the key thing. When you saw the number of girls, children, women that were being supported, I think that was the scale of it was quite astounding. The extent of her work is not just human trafficking, even that's a huge problem, but she's helping women in so many different areas.
And the vision is to provide them with a home that's like really relaxing, place where they can be peaceful and they can really enjoy the environment in which they'll probably spend their last few years. And also in the way she's set up the actual home, the shelter home for the girls and for the mothers.
People, the children and the women, and everybody was really smart. It felt like a really good setup, organised. Everyone knew their place. With the school children, they all seemed, happy, and like there was discipline there as well. So that was good, and they all respected Anuradha as well. And she was like the mother figure, which was kind of nice.
I think if I hadn't gone to see Mighty Nepal, I really wouldn't have understood the scale of the project and also the sustainability at which Mighty Nepal is set up to be for years and years to come.
Like most people, I followed the news of the earthquake in the media in 2015, but it's only when you come here you see the extent of the damage and the effort that's in place to rebuild Nepal. It's a huge task. This trip has also introduced us to the rich culture, heritage, warmth and hospitality of the Nepalese people.
Yeah, it's interesting. Today we don't actually have a building that we're going to. So I've been told there's going to be between 35 and 40 kids. It's a school on the street.
Manjeet is fantastic at delivering. She knows exactly the kind of content that she's covering that's appropriate, I think, for just the initial part of breaking the taboo and shame around talking about menstruation.
And then the teachers jumping in, and slowly the young girls were opening up and sharing quite intimate things, I think, that they probably don't really ever talk about, especially in a school setting.
India has progressed in so many areas, and we saw this as we travelled around. This trip has enabled us to focus on supporting Binti to deliver menstrual education in 13 schools across India. It's been such a great way to celebrate Binti's 5th anniversary. I think giving the girls menstrual products such as reusable pads is really important. It will help girls to attend school even when they're menstruating, preventing disruption in their education.
So this morning's project, going to Vatsalya, this is our second time that we've been, and every time we go, there's progress made. In fact, the first time we went, we were really impressed by what they had. They grow their own food, they have their own farm, organic food that they grow, they have renewable energy resources. Entire electricity is powered by the solar panels. The school is for the children that live there, and also the school is for the local villages. The children also come. Real integrated program where women come from the surrounding villages and they provide livelihood for their families.
Obviously, when we came 2 years ago, May 2017, obviously we were struck then by Jaimal Gupta and husband Hitesh. But now their children's, their son and daughter-in-law's passion, and how the son, who's a kind of mechanical engineer, but he's using his skills and being so entrepreneurial.
What I see is that the amount of people that we've met, amount of amazing people that are just incredible human beings that just want to transform this world, are just out there. And if you put yourself out there to meet them, there's so many of them. My life in the last 2 weeks has been so enriched by meeting these people. It's kind of nourishment for my own soul. So we're coming into Dev Smart School. This is where my dad used to come, and I think some of my sisters probably studied here as well. So we're going to go and find out whether we can have a look around and see if they remember my dad. So I've never ever been here, ever, that I can recall. Maybe as a kid, but this is behind where we lived. So that wall backs onto this.
My family always talk about the Dev Smart School, and it's so surreal that we're actually here, thanks to my mother-in-law for making it happen.
I don't know if they know my dad, but let's find out. On the picture भी उनकी सीगी हाँ एक picture हाँ जी oh my god my dad always had that picture
change हो गई थी
कहते talk करके सारा जो अंदर सीगा जिਵੇਂ की थी हाँ feelings करके ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਡੈਡੀ ਨੇ ਮੀਟ ਛੱਡਤਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਸ਼ਰਾਬ ਛੱਡਤੀ ਸੀਗੀ ਸਿਗਰਟ ਛੱਡਤੀ ਸੀਗੀ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਗੁੱਸਾ ਵੀ ਸੀਗਾ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਕਾਫੀ ਇੰਪਰੂਵ ਹੋਇਆ So this is where my dad used to come. This is where he got transformed according to my mum and according to their teachings. So exactly what mum said. You get to talk about your error of your ways. And through that, you change.
बहुत सारियां स्टोरीज हैगियां ने उधर बहुत किताबां पईयां ने 4 ग्राम उधर पाई गई है उधर भी पीछे भी स्टोरी
Wasn't that plant कितना है?
Yes.
Wow.
वो प्रिजर्व किया हुआ है.
How did that happen? I don't know, it was a bit freaky. Just the wind picked up, leaves were flying around, the dust just picked up, and there was this little whirlwind of sand and dust. Somebody was trying to say something to me. Was it my dad reaching out? To say something I really don't know. I think what I see from it is there's so much more to do. To me, that's a sign of going. It's where, like, know thyself, discover where your roots are, your origins. You're going to uncover so much.
You uncover stuff about yourself, isn't it?
I know. So trying to describe this journey in a few sentences is almost impossible because there's just so much. How can you try to encapsulate it in 2 or 3 sentences? But I'd say that this is a life-changing journey. This has brought in so many dimensions into me, going to live with me for a long, long time. It's given me such passion, more energy, more drive to want to really do more. It's enriched me in a way that I can't even describe or try to tell you, but it has absolutely just reinforced and reinvigorated everything that I believe in. It's gelled me even more closely to my country of origin, India, especially in Punjab, speaking in Punjabi. I've just become much more at one with the country of my birth. We've been very fortunate. We came to the UK almost 50 years ago with nothing, and through hard work, through vision, through my parents, brothers and sisters, we've managed to achieve a huge amount. But not everybody's that fortunate. This chapter's coming to an end, and then another one will begin. And that's what has to happen. Chapters have to come to an end. But the key is the next chapter is a blank canvas. It's whatever we want to make it. So that's the exciting part, is that the next chapter can be even more exciting. And that's what I see, is that there's just no end to this. And that's what's happened in this trip. It's like, oh my God, this is incredible. And it's just like, how? Because we chose it to be. We put ourselves in that space to be vulnerable, to allow ourselves to learn, to grow, and then just magic happens. People just show up to create that magic.
Quite a lot of these people are here because on the streets there's stuff that they can't control. Maybe they had a divorce, their house got repossessed, they lost their job, and there's just nowhere for them to go.
Made an amazing toy shop that donates all its money to charity.
Workshop really allows them to think about their life, think about their limiting beliefs, and think about how they could achieve their goals.
This was my first ever vision board seminar and it was amazing.
This workshop is designed for children, it's designed for adults, it's for anyone really.
I think it will help us to remember everything that we need to work on.
The experience today has inspired us even more.
I would highly recommend this seminar. It will help you lead the life that you truly want to lead.
It's good to surround yourself with like-minded people, and I think the people here today were really encouraging each other to bring out the best in each other.
I think if you haven't been to one of these workshops, we had many people here today that this was their first workshop, and the feedback that we got from people leaving was this was incredible, this is going to be life-changing and transformational.
Good morning, everyone. All the way from Dubai, Anita and Avnish here from Dubai. So apologies for those of you who've had a few challenges this morning. We've had a few technical glitches in getting this going. But I think we are seeing more and more people coming online now. And we'll do a bit of a preamble whilst we're waiting for everybody to join. But we are absolutely delighted to join you from Dubai. Looking at the adversity that we had, we couldn't come back to the UK. We've decided to run our goal setting vision board workshop from Dubai. And I'll hand over to Anita just to say a few words as well.
No, thank you. We've made it happen. We're so glad to see you all because there's so many people on Zoom joining us. And if you've got friends who are waiting on the old link, please tell them to join up on the new link. Check the link out on via email, which has just been sent out. So despite all of the challenges we've had, we're here to serve you in the best possible way that we can, to give you the most phenomenal day that we can possibly give you, so that you can get the best for 2022. It's time to make it your best year ever. Avnish.
Absolutely, and I'm just looking at the screen, so if I keep looking left and right, you'll notice, because we're looking at all these wonderful screens of all the people, some very old friends I can see that I've not seen for a few years, family, and hopefully lots of new friends now that are joining us today to learn about goal setting and vision board and what's it all about. Hi James, thanks for waving.
We'll just say a few hi's before we carry on.
Okay, let's say a few highs.
Go on then. We have Angela and Athena.
Yeah.
Hi. We also have Nav and Marcus there, our very, very good friends.
Yeah.
Tasneem, Auntie as well.
Yeah, Auntie. Got
mum.
Sundip Patel, we haven't seen for a little while. Welcome. And I'm sure there's going to be a few more joining us shortly. So a few people have joined the old link, so apologies for that. And hopefully they'll join on very, very soon. We've got about 450 people registered, so hopefully we'll have them all come online in due course. We're very proud to be presenting. I mean, what I was saying earlier, we were in Dubai, our daughter tested positive, so we ended up having to stay 10 more days. So we thought, shall we delay it for a couple of weeks or shall we make it happen? So we decided, you know what, let's feel the fear and do it anyway. And through friends, Bunty Shah, I think he's online. Hi Bunty.
Massive thanks to you, Bunty.
We were about to postpone it and he said, no, stop, I can make this happen. And he put us in touch with a relative of his, BJ, and through him and Farhan, we've managed to make this happen. So if there are any issues, just please, I've got COVID, so I can't turn my video. Be happy to be there, though. No problem. Welcome, Alex, for joining, even though you've got COVID. So yeah, so a few housekeeping rules. We want to try to make this as interactive as possible. And one of the things we found with doing it on Zoom, that actually it's allowed us to participate with people from all over the UK as well as abroad as well. And it's a lot more interactive, and also we can chat through the chat function. And so if you've got questions, if you've got observations or breakthroughs and insights, please just put them on the chat function, and as and when we'll read those out. So that's really, really important. So if you've got questions and you want to just say something, then just please use the chat. One thing I wanted to ask people is, where are you from? So if you want to get on your keyboards and want to see who's the furthest from the UK, who's the closest to Dubai, and if there anybody from any other countries that we're not even aware of right now.
India, Rajpur, wow.
Essex, there's a few from Essex, North London, UK, Denmark, wow, Harrow, Hertfordshire, Stanmore, India, Croydon, North London, East London, UK.
South Wales.
Okay, keep that going, and you can obviously see that yourselves as well. So this is a fantastic way of interacting. Obviously, if we will take some sharing at various points. Now, we've got a lot of material to cover, so apologies if you don't get to share your thoughts or stories or your ideas, but we will try to get as many people as we can on stage, as it were. So I think Mauritius came up on there as well. So fabulous. I think we are good to go. We're really excited, as I say, to be here. We had a few technical glitches earlier on, so we're just getting ourselves back on track. And if you want to give us any feedback about stuff so that we can make sure that your experience is absolutely spot on, then obviously the technicians behind the scenes here will do everything they possibly can. I wonder whether we can get the second camera to switch on. I don't know whether you can then see the setup. I don't know whether they're geared up yet for that. There we go. That's us. You can see the setup that we've got here in the studio here. So. Okay, so I think let's begin, I think, and people will continue to join us. Let me see if this clicker works.
I love what Shilpa's just said. Good to see so many familiar faces. 4th year of attending. Always looking forward to attending with the 5 a.m. group. Wow, that's amazing. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts there, Shilpa. And I'm sure many people have done this workshop, goal setting workshop with us before, and we're delighted to serve you again and to give you the best possible value of our time. So I think we're nearly ready to get going.
Okay, so my clicker was not on. All right, 1 second. Let me just grab a glass of water.
That's good. And it's great to see so many people from all over the world. I see Sophia has joined us as well, Vikas, hi Vikas,
Sorry,
and
Sophia,
Selena.
Right, okay, so what we're going to do first of all, let me see if this clicker is working. It is indeed, you can see. So what we're going to do next, I think, is we're going to, let me go through the running order. So the plan for today is, first of all, it's going to be, we're going to take you through a whole process for the next few hours on creating that goal-setting mindset. Because having done this myself many, many years ago, if you went straight in, and many of you who've done this before will know this, that if you go straight in to look at your goals and look at your vision, you'll come up with something very different to what we're going to take you through. And I promise you that the things that you'll put on your goal setting and your vision board ultimately will look a bit different, because we're going to take you through the real process over the next few hours. And then obviously we're going to have about an hour and a half or so to create your vision boards, and you can have a spot of lunch at that point as well. And then we're going to come back, and the most important part is, how do we turn your goals, your vision boards, into reality? And the thing that people most often ask me is, I've done my vision board, I got really excited, and how do I keep this going throughout the year? I know Selena asked me that question only a few days ago, because we bumped into her in Dubai. And said, how do we keep this going? How do we make sure that we achieve the things we want to achieve? And Anita and I will show you some of the things that we've done in order to make that happen as well. And the other thing which I wanted to just kind of remind myself of, and Anita, is that we're in this seminar with you. As we've been preparing for this seminar, one of the things that we see for ourselves are our gaps, are the things that we said we were going to do that we haven't done as yet, or things that we've got lax around. And when we do the Wheel of Life, again, I'll share more with you about some of the things that I know I could be better at. And so doing this vision board seminar every year really helps us to think about our goals and the areas where we are probably not excelling in or have gone a bit lax on. And therefore it's a bit of a reminder and a bit of an audit on our lives as well. So that's the 3 areas that we're going to take you through over the next 6 hours. And so Tasneem says it's the 5th or 6th time attending, big believer in vision boards, made a huge difference in her life. Thanks, Avnish Anita. Thanks, Tasneem, and thanks for being in our life as well. So what we're going to do next is we're going to do a very quick exercise to really get you grounded. Actually, what I want you to do before you close your eyes actually is, on a scale of 1 to 10, if 10 is you're absolutely raring to go, full of energy, that's a 10. 1 is your mum or dad or someone woke you up this morning, forced you to be on this Zoom call, and you don't really want to be here, that's a 1, all the way up to 10. Tell me where you are right now in the chat in terms of, oh, Dilip is a 10. Wow, we've got some real high achievers here. Yes, there will be a recording available afterwards, so we will be sending out a recording for that in due course. So I'll...
Our numbers are coming in really fast now.
Numbers are coming in. So yeah, 6s and 7s, there's a few 10s, 7s, 10s, 8. Hi, Rhonda.
Wow, it's great.
Gas is an 8. Nav is a 7. Senna is a 100.
100.
We've got a 100 there. That's obviously a young person, because young people, my son says 5. Okay, I think we get the point here. So what I want you to do next now is I want to really get you in that kind of, Angela from our Championing Social Care says she's an 8. Well, we're going to get you higher than that in a second. So if you just like all close your eyes, and one thing I forgot to say is please put your cameras on. We'd like to see you all. We'd like you to see each other. It really creates that community when you have your cameras on. So please don't worry about what you're wearing. If you're in your PJs, that's okay as well. You know, it's not about looking good. Just put your cameras on. So if you all close your eyes. That's it. Close your eyes. And now I'm going to take you through, we're going to play some really light music, and I'm going to take you through a process of really getting you grounded in today. So close your eyes and just relax. Take a deep breath in and out. In and out. And as you take a deep breath in and out, start to feel you're relaxing. Start to feel your whole body start to really get ready for this event. Keep breathing in and out. Just take a look at each area of your body. Start with the head. And as you breathe in and out, you can start to feel yourself relaxing. Down to your face, relax your face. Breathing, smile on your face. That's it. And your neck and your shoulders, as you breathe in and out, just allow them to relax. And your chest. And your abdomen, just feel that relaxing. Don't worry about any noises, just relax. Down to your thighs, your knees, and your feet. Give your toes a little wiggle, make sure they're still there. And then go back through your body, just making sure that you're totally relaxed as you breathe in and out. Okay, and then when you're ready, start to feel your eyes getting light, start to feel your body filling with energy, and you're ready for goal setting and vision board making. So when you're ready, open your eyes, raring to go. Good, well hopefully we've moved you from where you were to where you are, got you to just totally relax and be ready for the next session. So I want to take you through some thinking. So where are we right now? So it's been 2 years of COVID now, and what we want to think about is, for ourselves, is where are we right now? Has COVID allowed us to thrive? Or are we just surviving? Are we waiting for COVID to go away and then we'll get on with our lives? Or are we looking at what are the opportunities as we go through this COVID world? What are we going to be doing going forward? How can we take the opportunities that are presenting themselves? So you could be studying, you could be working, you could be running a business, or you could be looking after your family, or a number of those things, or something else as well. And you might be hearing rain. It's actually raining in Dubai. Can you believe it? It never rains in Dubai, and I can hear the rain pattering on the rooftop. Hopefully that's not going to interrupt us too much today. So you may be in all these different places right now. And what I want to think about is, over the next 12 months, what are your thoughts around how, and in the past, where are your relationships? How's COVID and the last 2 years impacted your relationships? How has it impacted your health and well-being? Because they're the key things that we're going to be focusing on as well today. Because often in vision board and goal setting, often it's about our business goals or our academic goals. We want to make sure that we really have a rounded look and an opportunity on all those fronts today. So the key thing is, things don't happen by accident, they happen by design. And one of the key things today is what we're going to look at is, how do we make everything that we're going to happen for 2022, that we design those things into our life. And then as things unfold, we're dealing with all the things that we can't predict, but we have a plan for our 2022. So today is that day you get to design your year and your life. And the key thing for me as well is, what can I control versus what I can't control? Where do I put my focus on? Do I focus on the areas that I can't control and worry about those things? Or do I focus on the things that I can control and expand that area, so I can control more and more of the things in my life? So I just want us to think about some of that too. And one of the things, I was listening to Sadhguru a few days ago, and I've been listening to him quite a lot whilst I've been in Dubai, really trying to absorb some of his information. And one of the things he says, which I think is really relevant for me as well, and it'd be interesting to hear from you, is that we have more and more success in our lives, but we are suffering in success. So we're more successful year on year, yet we seem to have more stress, we seem to often be more worried, more anxious, yet we are being more and more successful. And I can see that for myself. is that year on year, I'm building on my success, yet often I can feel that sense of, as Sadhguru says, we're suffering. So I'm going to try to get this interactive to see if this works, is who'd like to share, and let's see if this technology works. Somebody can raise their hand, and we're going to see whether we can get somebody pinned to this and then unmuted as well. So who'd like to share? Do they also feel that year on year they're getting more and more successful, yet more and more stressed? There seems to be more suffering, more stress, more anxiety, yet a lot of the goals are being achieved. Let's see if anybody is willing to share their thoughts around that, see whether we can make this technology work. So who's raised their hands? Right, so how do we, gentlemen at the back? How do we get? So I think if you can use there's a function underneath where you can raise your hand. I tell you, let's practice that. Can we using the icons? Yeah, let's practice that. The happy icon, raising the hand icon. Let's all play with that so we can, as we're going through this event today, that you can actually show your emotions by, and I think it's at the bottom. Normally it's at the bottom, isn't it, on Zoom? Yeah, on the reactions bit. That's it. So I want to see your reactions. Want to get this interactive? Okay, I can't see the interactions. All I can see is... Sorry? Kieran, isn't it? Okay, Kieran.
Yes.
Yep, you're on.
Hi, good morning. So that just totally resonated with me. The more and more successful I become in my business, the more and more I'm suffering. Actually, my last year's vision board said to exit my business, and it's actually happening. So, yeah.
Right, okay. So good point. And this is something that I think a lot of people are experiencing, is that how do we continue to be successful, yet enjoy that success, enjoy the benefits of everything that we're working for, and not have more and more stress in our lives, because that's not what it's about. And I think, Kieran, thank you for sharing that. So what I want to do, because I think this is currently, I can't see, for some reason, the emojis coming up and the icons. So I don't know why that's not working, but we'll have to work out how we're going to get more sharing, because this thing in my ear should tell me who's ready to share, but I'm not getting that right now. So we're going to make you do a bit of an exercise. Hopefully you've got your workbooks. Yeah, if you haven't, has anybody not got their workbooks? Because what we're then, can you flash your workbooks so I can see that you've got your workbooks? Yeah, so you can do it on a piece of paper. If you don't have your workbooks, it's not a problem. Well done, that's it. It looks like the technology's been working. But if you, for some reason, have joined late or you haven't got a printer and so on, then all you need to do is just get a piece of paper, get a pen. We're going to take you through the various exercises. So one of the things we want to start you off with is to get you in a good place. Get you in a good place to start doing the goal setting. So if you didn't get sent one, what we'll try to do in a second is we'll try to get a PDF put onto the chat function as well, so you can have that on there. But the first exercise we want to do is, what are you most proud of in 2021? And so we're going to give you a couple of minutes to go through that. And Anita's going to give you some examples of some of the things that you could be proud of. So yeah, we'll put there's a few more people. There's a link in the Dropbox, but we'll work that out. So if you haven't got the workbook, it's not a problem. It's only writing down some of these exercises. So we're going to play some music and write down on a piece of paper what are the things that you're most proud of, and what we'll be doing is taking a couple of shares in a few moments, because this is the whole point of this, is now to really start getting you thinking about not only where you want to go, but where you've been so far. Because often we're constantly focused on setting goals, but never celebrating the things that we've already achieved. So I'm going to give you a few minutes, start writing what can you be most proud of. Anita's going to give you some examples of that, just to prod your mind to start thinking of even the small things that you can be proud of. Anita.
Thank you, Avnish. So you can think about so really go back to 2021. What are you most proud of? It could be your family, some achievements, some celebrations. It could be your friends, any new friendships that you've formed. It could be your work. Maybe you've got promotion in your work, or it could be your career, your business, some success in your business. It could be anything to do with your health and well-being. Have you been particularly focused at losing weight or improving your diet and your health? It could be something around your love and relationships, your intimate relationships that perhaps move forward. It could be things around your career, as I've mentioned, you know, have you been promoted? It could be around school. Have you had some exam success, or have you joined a club that you didn't think you could be part of? It could be a particular sports that you've excelled at school in particular. So for those young listeners, if there's something you've done particularly well at, it could be chess. I know one of the participants, Sophia, is particularly talented at chess. I can see her waving. So think about anything that you're so proud of. It could be from the simplest thing to a very high achievement, something you've really accomplished. So make the list as long as you can. Think about all the small and the big things that you're really proud of. Put your mind in a really happy, positive place. Are you really proud of your home? Maybe you bought a new house and you've moved in. Are you proud of your children? Are you proud of their accomplishments and their achievements? Are you proud of your community and how your friends have succeeded in doing things? Are you proud of your husband, your partner, your spouse and their accomplishments? Are you proud of supporting your family and being there for them when they need you? So I think we'll give you another minute or so of listing down all the things that you're super, super proud of in 2021. Things that have happened in your life that you couldn't think of achieving. Things that have lifted your spirit. It could even be that you're walking more, you're exercising more. It could be that you're connecting with people that you haven't seen for a long, long time, especially during COVID time, and you've had an opportunity in 2021 to reconnect, to refresh, to revive your life. The things that you've done that have been just amazing, amazing experiences that you've had. Those magic moments that you've created with your family and friends. What have they been? Are you proud of the collaborations that you've had in your professional life? The people that you've met? Or even the amazing books that you've read? Are you proud of your thoughts, your thinking, your new mindset, any new courses that you've been on? Are you proud of maybe learning a new language? Are you proud of learning a new skill? And I think now would be time perhaps even to share with family members. Or we could ask people to put that in the chat or share. Okay, that's good.
And also, if we've got a big screen here now that's got a lot of the participants on. So if you are on without your camera, please switch your camera on so we can see you. There's lots of people that haven't switched their camera on. So we'd love to see you. Don't worry whether you're in your PJs, that's okay. It just makes it so much more. That's it. Thank you, Reshmi and Auntie. Yeah, if you put your cameras on, it's so much more interactive. We get to enjoy that. There we go. Can you see? We can then see you all, and it gives us that energy to perform even more. Okay, so what we're going to do is take a couple of shares, maybe one or two people. What are you most proud of in 2021? Hopefully now we've got hands up. So we've got, is that, I'm going to have to come closer because I didn't put my glass on. Is that Kay? Yeah. Can we unmute? I don't know if I pronounced your name correctly. Is it K-E or K? We can unmute. Guys, are you at the back? Can you?
She'll have to unmute herself with unmute, Mary.
There
Do you
you go.
unmute? Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
There we go.
Hi.
Fabulous. So we're going to pin you. Can we pin? And I've got your name correct as well.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
So what are you most proud of?
I think in the last year and also the year before, I'm very proud of the fact that we took a huge leap of faith and completely changed our lifestyle by taking a lot more well, we moved, so our lifestyle completely changed because we stopped a business that we've been doing for 30 years. And since then, we've just learned to enjoy life in itself just a lot more without the pressures of business.
Mm-hmm.
So now, obviously, the accomplishment is to keep that ongoing and strive to achieve new goals, which are just completely different from our professional lives that we used to do.
Great. Okay, thank you. Fabulous. Thank you for that. Can we give Kay a round of applause on the reactions, please? Or yeah, you can do it like that too. That's great. Let's go. Selena. Can we unmute Selena? Selena, would you like to unmute? Top left-hand corner on my screen. What are you most proud of for 2021?
Hi, I wasn't ready, I hadn't raised my hand, but sure. I am most proud of the Little Angels Walk, which I organised, which helped raise 16k for charity and raised awareness for baby loss throughout the community.
And we're proud of you as well, Selena, for doing that, for bringing so many people together and walking 5k across different areas and raising so much money in collaboration with HGF. Thank you, Selena.
Fabulous, thank you.
It's a massive achievement. We should all clap.
Okay, one more final share. Yeah, give
we should all clap
Selena
for
a round of applause.
Thank
as
you,
well.
Selena.
And Shivani Shah. If we can unmute Shivani, I think the young man would like to say a few words, possibly. Here we go.
I'm proud of my batting and bowling in cricket.
Speak louder.
Yeah. I am proud of batting and bowling in cricket.
How fabulous, yeah. What else?
What else?
You won a chess trophy.
I won the chess trophy. I moved to the year 5 and year 6 group.
Fantastic. Fab. And what was your name?
Dian.
Sorry, I'll say that again.
Dian.
Ian?
Yeah.
Okay, give, I think you said Ian, but a round of applause. Fabulous.
Thank you. That's great.
Brilliant. Okay, so if you're with people, you want to just take a few minutes to share what you're most proud of with the people around you. Many of you are in groups of 2s and 3s, so just share very quickly with the people around you what you're most proud of. And if you're not with anyone,
you can text
someone, or you can give them a really quick call and share with them what you're most proud of in your year. So just give you a minute to do that. What are you most proud of? Share that with the people next to you.
What are you most proud of? What are you most proud of?
Can we mute everybody, please? Okay, I'll give you a few more seconds. I think pretty much most people are done. Right, okay, thank you for that. So, let's talk about the power of the mind. And there's a few people on the phone if you want to lower your hands now actually, there's a few people lots of people raise their hands. If you just want to lower your hands, otherwise I'm picking on you because that suggests that you want to ask some questions.
Or do you want spaghetti? Can you get off my laptop, please?
If we can just mute everybody, please, that would be good. We're having a few technical difficulties over here, but we'll get through them. Right, fabulous. Okay, let's do the power of the mind. The host would like to know we're not taking any more sharing. What's going on here? Okay, let's keep going. So, what I'd like to do next is, some of you will know this, who've done this exercise with me before, but I want you to just do it again because it's a good reminder. So if you want to just close your eyes. Can everyone hear me? Can everybody hear me? Yep. Can you all hear me? Thumbs up if you can hear me. Thumbs up if you can hear me. You can hear, yep? Okay, hands up if you can hear me. Okay, good. Excellent. Right, can we lower everybody's hands? Guys at the back, if you've... Right, so we're going to do another exercise now. Bear with us because these guys are just picking up the technology as we go along. So patience is required here. The power of the mind. So what I want you to do next is just close your eyes. And we're going to do a little quick exercise. So everyone close their eyes and just imagine now that the seminar's finished and you're going to your kitchen because it's been a long day and you've done lots of work and you're really excited, but you're now feeling rather thirsty. So you go to your fridge. Imagine yourself now walking into your kitchen, going to your fridge, and just imagine that you're walking into your, not walking into your fridge, but opening the fridge, and then you see this juicy lemon. Just imagine you've grabbed the lemon in your hand, it's nice and cold, and then you take it across to the work surface, you grab a chopping board, you get one of your sharpest knives, and you slice that lemon in half. And now just imagine with that lemon, you are now grabbing the one half of that lemon and you're opening your mouth and you're squeezing that lemon into your mouth. And you can feel the juices of the lemon in your mouth right now. All the juices are swirling around and you start to suck on the lemon just for good measure. You can start feeling the reactions going on in your body right now. Okay, just open your eyes. So, raise your hands. How many of you felt some reaction to my story? Yeah. Now, the thing is, and we'll just share this on the screen if you can mix this in. Are you guys seeing the PowerPoints as they're going along? Or are you just seeing me? Just want to just check in. Can you see lemons right now? Guys, are you mixing the screens in? Can you not? We're just going to have a little interlude here while I communicate with my team at the back. Why you're not talking to me in this headphone? Why are you not talking to me in this headphones, please? Right, okay, you can see the lemons, guys? Were there any lemons in your house, in your room? No, there wasn't, obviously, right? They were all in your mind. But that caused a reaction in your body. It caused you to salivate, it caused you to grimace, your brain reacted to it, your face reacted to it, your body reacted to it with all sorts of chemicals being released. And one of the things that I wanted to show with this is the power of our minds. Yeah, and it's a good reminder for me, because how often do we use our mind for the wrong reasons? We start thinking of things that could happen, that haven't happened yet. We start getting frightened and scared, and we start getting anxious. Our body starts to react to that, and we really ruin that moment. We ruin our sleep. We ruin when we're out with our friends because we're thinking about the future or we're thinking about our past. And that's the key things that I want us to think about, is that how often do we live in the past or are trying to predict the future rather than being in the present moment. And this is a great lesson for me as well, because I too end up doing both of those things. And for me, as I'm getting more and more successful, as we talked about earlier, how do I deal with those stresses? How do I deal with that suffering, as Sadhguru calls it, suffering in success? So I want us to think about the power of the mind and how do we make sure that the mind is, we're managing and controlling the mind. Okay, you can take the lemons off now. So,
think, feel, act equals result. So what you think is how you feel, and how you feel is how you're going to act, and how you're going to act will cause the results. So today is all about our thinking. What are we thinking? Because those thinkings are going to create feelings, and those feelings are going to create actions, and the actions will create the results. Just as we were thinking about the lemons, we started feeling things, and we then started to act that out with the reactions in our body. So today is about how do we create the fuel to propel you forward, because you're going to need more than just pictures on a vision board or things that are written down. How do you get really excited, and how do you get yourself moving forward in order to achieve the things that you want to achieve? And you'll know that in your own life, that there are things that you don't even have to think too much about that you move towards. So what we're going to do today is make sure that the things that you're going to be putting down, that you naturally want those things, and you don't have to try that hard in order to achieve those things and get those in your life. Because the key thing is that all you need is that 1% change that can make the huge difference. And I use the analogy of the aeroplane. If an aeroplane deviates just by 1%, over a period of time, that the destination that it was heading towards to where it will end up could be very, very different. And that's what I'm urging us to think about, is for every little change that we make, and that's the key, we don't have to make huge changes often in order to achieve the results long term. So small changes can lead to big results in the long term when you compound them. So moving on, what I want to do now is share a little bit about my story. Again, some of you will have heard this before, but hopefully you'll learn new things. So if you've heard it before, think of how does this now relate to you? So one of the key things that I always put up here is my birth and my predicted death. So my plan is to live to 120. Why? Because why not? If we're going to make something up about our life, let's make up a life where you're going to live. Well, I want to live a long and fruitful life where I can make a huge impact and a huge difference. So the question then is, and a lot of people will say, well, I don't want to live to 120 because I'll be old and I'll be unwell. Well, my plan is how do I get to 120 and not be unwell and not be infirm and need people to look after me? How do I look after my health in a way that I can be fit and healthy all that way? And I know of evidence, especially having care homes, of people that are in their hundreds that actually have still got good health, and they've still got their mind. So it's a great target to have. But the key question is, and you can put this in the chat, what is the most important part of that date? What is most important? Some of you will know because you've heard this before or will know this anyway, but what is the most important part of that date? So we're going to put that into the chat and then let's have a look, see what the answers are. Okay, years in between. I think most people are now enlightened to the fact that it's not your birth date, it's not when you pass away, it's actually what you do in between. It's all the stuff in the dash. So that it's the dash that's the most important part of our life. So let me share with you some things about my life. This is where I was born. I was born in Moga in India, in Punjab. And if you're born in Punjab, put it into the chat. If you know Moga and been there, put that in the chat so that we can see that. I want to know if there's any Mogonians in our session today. So this is where I was born. And for the first 4 years, that's where I was. And then in the end, yeah, Maya, your family's from Moga as well. Well done. It's a very, very famous place. It's very small, but the amount of people I know that come from there is incredible. So this is where I was born. And this is one of the rooms that we lived in. There was, I think, 2 or 3 of these rooms. They're tiny. They're probably like 100 square feet, 10 by 10. And that's my mum, my older brother Ram, and my sister in the cot, and Sneh. And then I think I'm the one standing up on the right-hand side. That's my uncle, I believe. And the girl that's split in half there is my sister. And that's the earliest photograph that I have of myself. And if you think back, they're the humble beginnings, the humble roots that I started with my family of 10. And we came to the UK in 1970 for economic reasons, for reasons to further our life and to have a better life in 1970. And we moved into this house after 6 months of sharing a house with 4 other people. So there was 10 of us and 4 others in a house in Romford, and eventually we moved into this house in a council estate in Basildon. So if you're from Basildon or know Basildon, put that into the chat so we can see if people know this area. So we lived there for the first 7 years, and life was tough. You know, those early 70s, racism was really profound, the National Front, you know, these things, you know, we were, as Indians, as immigrants, not made to feel that welcome, and everything seemed very strange, and we always felt like we were outsiders. And economically, my dad worked on the buses as a bus conductor, my mum worked in a factory, and they had 8 mouths to feed as well. So it was you know, an incredible journey, and one of the things I can absolutely say is that we went without for a lot of things, but one of the things that my parents always made sure that there was food on the table, and you know, I'm absolutely you know, honoured to have parents who've managed to make those things happen, and I'm sure that, you know, there are people here that have done those things or have got parents similar to that. And this is a picture of me, a cute picture, I think, my cutest picture, so you can say, ah, very cute. But I haven't got any baby pictures, unfortunately. This is the only one I have. That's when I was at nursery, and things were starting to shape me. And one of the things I want for us to think about are how do we get to be who we are today? What makes us who we are today? And it's a product of our past. And so when we're doing our goal setting, our vision boards, what I want us to talk about is some of those belief systems that we've set up in our minds that stop us from really achieving the life and the goals that we want. And so I'm going to share with you some of the limiting beliefs and some of the challenges that I had growing up, so you can have a think about your own and how does that affected you now. So when I was 5 years old, we were in the assembly room and we were asked to sing because the people that were selected were going to be in the choir, and they were going to go off to see the clangers at the BBC studios. And most of you won't remember that because you're not old enough, but there were these little finger puppets, and I loved that program. Now, what the teacher was doing was deselecting people. So we were all singing in a group, and what she was saying was, you step out, you can't sing. You step out, you can't sing. I don't think teachers would do that now, but they were doing it then. And so I wanted to be picked. I wanted to be in the choir. So I was singing away, trying to make sure that she heard me singing really well. And she kept deselecting, and then suddenly her finger came to me and pointed. I'd obviously overdone it, and I was told to come out of the group. And that had an impact on me, because what I was told at that age by my teacher was that you can't sing. And I'm now 55, and some of my close friends will know one of the things that always continues to frighten me is if someone says, why don't you sing in public? So, you know, these limiting beliefs were set early doors. And have a think about some of those limiting beliefs. Somebody said something to you about that you couldn't do something, or that you weren't great at something, and now you're running, you know, that's running the show. So for example, if I wanted to be a singer now, you know, I wouldn't put that on my vision board because I've got this limiting belief that says I can't sing. And when I was 7 years old, we were starting to do something called country dancing. And again, we were in the school assembly, and the teacher said, everyone pick a partner, you know, boy, girl, boy, girl. And I remember at that moment, I just froze. Everyone went running to find their partners, and there's just me left, and this girl called Tracy Knight. And the teacher said, Avnish, Tracy, because we were like quite wide apart, not moving towards each other, said, you need to be partners. To which she immediately uttered the sound of like this. And, you know, obviously that had an impact on me. I never realized what impact that had on me until I was in one of these events when I was asked, what was that early moment when you thought there was something wrong? And, you know, at the age of 7, what I made that mean was that I wasn't good enough. Tracy saying to me meant that I wasn't worthy, there was something wrong with me. And without realizing it, I've carried that for a long time into my life, and that's had an impact on how I've shown up, especially around girls and women over those years. I think I've mostly got over it now, but you know, some of these things really get ingrained in you, from that age, because you were very, very influenceable in those stages. So have a think in your own life. You know, if you want to put stuff in the chat as well, you can, if you've got any similar stories. Have you had an experience where someone made a comment about how you look, and now you've made that the truth? Even though people have said to me for, you know, a long time, you know, you're good looking, or you're handsome, or, you know, I fancy you, or whatever, I would not ever be able to understand that or realize that. I would not allow that in. So just have a think about the things in your life where you've made decisions where you don't let things in now because you already decided you are a certain way. And doesn't matter what people say, it won't have an impact on you. And just think about, as we do the goal setting and vision board stuff, how's that going to impact your ability to really dream about what's possible in the future. And then obviously some positives that happen though, because it's not just negatives that happen. When I was 5 years old, my teacher asked me to stand up. I'd been in the country for just over a year, coming from India, and she asked me to stand up, and then she said in front of the whole class, she said, this boy Avnish, he's just come from India just a year ago, and he's top of the class. He's excelling in maths and English, and he's read all the books in the classroom, and she wanted to make a great example of me to everybody else. Luckily, they didn't beat me up afterwards, and I didn't get any violence, not that day anyway, but you know, what she did there, and when I reflected back on it, that was the first moment of acknowledgement that I received. You know, I was being home tutored at the time. I had older sisters that used to help me read and write, and so those of you young people in the room, yes, home tutoring's been around for 50 years at least, if not more. And so I was being home tutored, and because of that, I was really excelling at school. So, you know, that was a positive thing that happened to me, and who knows why maybe that teacher, Mrs. Maguti, has had a significant positive impact on me in acknowledging me in front of the classroom. And then I had this moment with, when I was 11, we moved schools because and I'll share more about the business that we bought when I was aged 11. And this new school, you couldn't, you know, I was having school dinners because I had free school meals at the time. And I was a vegetarian, and they really didn't understand about being a vegetarian. So I used to get this plate of cheese. It literally looked like that. And I'd have to eat a whole plate of cheese because you weren't allowed to waste any food in that school. And on the first day, I managed to finish all the cheese, and I felt absolutely sick. On the second day, what I did, I asked my mum to make me some sandwiches. I thought, you know what, instead of eating the cheese, I'll eat the sandwiches. So, you know, I got to the lunchtime, and whilst everyone was eating their food, I got my sandwiches out, unwrapped the foil, and I started to eat them. Now, within a few minutes, a dinner lady came across and said, "What are you doing?" And I was like, you know, to me, it was obvious what I was doing. I was eating my sandwiches because I couldn't eat the cheese. But she said, you can't do this. And I was like, dumbfounded, like, why can't I do this? You know, can't eat the cheese, I want to eat my sandwiches. So she said, stand up, and you come into the head teacher's office. So literally, she marched me to the head teacher's office, a lady called Mrs. Bentley, knocked on the door. Mrs. Bentley was in the room. And she said, this boy has brought his own sandwiches in. And I stood there thinking, what the hell's going to happen now? And the head teacher said to me, boy, who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? You cannot bring your own sandwiches to school. You have to go home. And I got sent home. And, you know, obviously it had quite an impact on me. You know, when somebody of that authority asks me, who do you think you are? You start to think about, well, who am I really? You know, and so again, those things start to influence your self-esteem, you know, what you think of yourself. So have a think in your own life. Some of those challenges, people who have said things to you that you now have to really deal with and unfold in your life. And I used to end up having to go home for school. It's half an hour to get back home and half an hour back. But, you know, in those days, you know, that was the system. You couldn't, you know, now you tell your mum and your parents and they'd be up there and they'd sort it all out, and, you know, these things couldn't happen. But in those days, that was the way it was. So, and then bullying. Bullying was very rife. I didn't know how to stand up for myself. And in those days, especially as an Asian family, my parents used to, you know, were very passive, very pacifist, and it was always the teaching that I had. I don't know if any of you can relate to this in this meeting today. Is I was always told, look, turn the other cheek, move away, yet don't engage with them. And what I found was that strategy, I really struggled with it. That's what I did because that's what I was told to do. But I just got more and more abuse because I wasn't standing up for myself. And then eventually I moved schools yet again. And then that school, it was a much better school. My mum managed to get me into a private school, even though we were struggling and we couldn't really afford it. But she told my dad, look, I'll eat one less chapati, but my son has to go to a private school. And we ended up I ended up passing the entrance exam. And in that school, things were a lot better. But then I was getting bullied again, just by one child this time. And I was like so frustrated, because without that one child bullying me, it would have been really great. And in the end, one day I had to stand up to him. I just decided, I flipped. In my own mind, I thought, no longer can I take this bullying. And I remember in the playground, he was making all these crazy sounds and racist noises that were really horrible. And I just decided, that's it. And I went up to him, and he was standing much taller than me, he had boots on, and I looked up at him, and I said, stop it. And he was looking down at me and said, yeah, what are you going to do about it? I had no idea what I was going to do, by the way, but I knew I had to keep looking, I had to keep staring at him. I said, look, you carry on with that, and you'll see what happens. Right? Inside, I was trembling like crazy. I was absolutely fearful that he was going to wallop me one, that he was going to knock me out. But I knew that I couldn't give in, because I could start seeing uncertainty in his eyes. And I said, just try it. And he's looking at me going, yeah. And I was like, and I could see he was wavering now. And I just looked at him and I said, yeah, just try it. And I could see some friends hovering around now, because people were starting to gather. And thank God he walked away. He muttered something under his breath and he walked off, because he thought, I don't want to take the chance of being humiliated in front of everybody in the playground. And that was the first step that I took towards standing up for myself. So just have a think about in your own life, where have you been bullied? Where have you not stood up for yourself? And what impact that's had on you? That had a really profound impact on what I thought about myself. And I vowed from then on in that I was always going to stand up for myself. And I have to remind myself of that, all the time, because there are people in our lives that often will try to get their way and try to have that impact on you. There's lots of chat in the, I can't read it from here because I haven't got my glasses on, but Anita, is there anything to read on there before I move on? No? Okay, so that is a little bit about some of my limiting beliefs, some of the things that happened to me. I'm going to take one share so I can keep this interactive. Who's been profoundly impacted by that sharing? Tasneen, is that a hand up? Your son seems to want to share. Can we unmute Tasneen? I can't hear. Sorry, Tasneen. 1 second.
Oh, sorry.
I can hear you now.
Can you hear now? Okay, so he's a bit shy to speak himself, but he wanted me to share on his behalf, and he's going to add. So Shaquille recently got diagnosed as being dyspraxic, which is a form of neurodiversity for him. So he used to really struggle at school academically, and used to affect his confidence. And then on top of that, he's also got hypermobility. So what he wanted to share was, for the last, how long has it been? Is it 9 to 12 months?
Yeah.
What do you have to do? Do you want to share?
I have to do exercise.
He has to do daily physio exercises with dumbbells and weights on his legs. And initially, come. Initially, he really struggled. It was really, really tough for him. But do you want to share with you what the doctor said?
No.
Okay, he's shy. So basically, after working really hard every day for 6 months, initially when we went to the doctor, they said only 5 of his muscles are normal strength. When we went back, because of his hard work, they went up to, do you remember how many muscles now, Shaquille?
22.
Almost 22. He's now just got 2 muscles that are not normal strength. But that's really helped him with his schoolwork as well. So, and also with his dyspraxia as well, he does daily OT, don't you? He's a bit shy. But just so just wanted to share that because it's been a real struggle for him. He's still got a long way to go with his neurodiversity, but just sharing the hard work is really helping him.
Fabulous. Tasneem, thank you for sharing that. And can we give Shaquille a massive round of applause for his courage and his resilience around everything that he's dealing with. And Tasneem, thank you for highlighting that. I think it just brings it all into perspective for all of us when we think we've got challenges and we see others dealing with their own challenges with such strength. So it's really good to see that. Viral, just one quick share from Viral. I think you've put something in the chat as well. Can we just unmute? Is it Viral? You'll get a request to unmute, and then there we go.
Yeah, hello all. Yeah, like I mean, I wasn't seeing what, I mean, I wasn't with the mind that what I will see from this course, but can totally resonate with you and, you know, what you have shared in your story. And to keep it short, yeah, I mean, I'm originally from Kenya, Nairobi, and I was always put down in school. It was like being, you know, like being shot down. But in fact, when I went to college, even the professors were like, you'll never pass, you'll never succeed. Even employers. And then, you know, initially support from my parents, and then even from my wife. You know, the strength came from within. And now I run a reasonably successful business in my own way, with the attitude towards giving back to the community. So, yeah, to totally resonate and have been through this, and you know, wouldn't like anyone to go through this. You know, it's, you know.
Sure. Viral, thank you for that. And if we can just give a round of applause as well. I think the key thing is we've got our own lives. Everyone will be unique and different, but we've all gone through adversity, and that's the key message today. We'll have our own version of that, but also there will be positives. And the reason I've told you some of my positives as well as the negatives is that what we've got to do is look at the positives that have been there as well. And often we shut those down. We do get positive reinforcement. There are teachers and family members that do give us positive reinforcement. There are people out there that have told us great things. What we tend to remember, however, and retain are the things that are negative. Just as in human nature, we tend to keep those things and magnify those and push out all the positive things we're told. And today is about realizing some of the positive things that we've been told about ourselves. So what I'm going to do is keep moving now. What story do you have about your childhood? Yeah. So what's that story that you have, you know, that you didn't have, and you know, as some of you are young people now, you might have a story right now that you don't have, you don't live in the right place, you don't go to the right school. Yeah, you know, you may be, I wish I had different parents, I don't have the right background. Wish my parents, you know, been different, etc. So what are you blaming on for your past that's holding you back? So that's the exercise. If you want to, if you've got your workbooks, then you turn to page 3. So what are you blaming on your past that's holding you back? And if you don't have the workbooks, then don't worry, just write it on a piece of paper. What are you blaming on your past? Have a think now. You've had a few people sharing, and I've shared some of my thoughts. So what is it that you're blaming on your past that's holding you back? So we're going to play some music, and we're going to give you 2 or 3 minutes, and when you're done, then we will move on to the next bit. So write down what's holding you back. Okay. So what are you blaming on your past that's holding you back? Just have a think. And we won't take any shares here, but I'll just respond because I want to keep moving. I think somebody said, how do you, so once you've identified what's holding you back, how do you release that? How do you release yourself from it? And I think, you can spend years and years in therapy, or you can just identify, like for me, if I know that this girl said, that's the age of 6, and the reality is different, then I need to start thinking about, well, that's not the truth, is it? I was 6 years old. I made a decision when I was 6 that's been running the show. I now can change that and make that different. Now with the singing, I think I need to go and have some singing lessons, quite honestly. But there are things that I think that a lot of this stuff is, you can just realize that you made these decisions that are not true when you were very young. And it's now just unlearning some of those behaviors that you have that will then move you forward. And it's a process. So just try it. I think that's the key. And I think we're all going through that same journey ourselves. Everyone has these things. And I think the first step, though, is that you've realized, gosh, because most people don't realize, they just run their whole life based on decisions when they were young. Whereas once you realize you made a decision, an irrational decision based on the facts, or the facts as you saw them at the time, then that gives you huge power and scope. And then there are courses, which I'll talk about at the end, that you can do, like the landmark programs, like the Tony Robbins seminars, that really will help catapult you into a whole new way of thinking as well. So people are putting on this thing about Tony Robbins and etc. as well. So let's keep moving. Then at the age of 11, again, some of you will know this story, is that we moved from Basildon to Romford. My family bought their first business. I was 11 years old. It wasn't the fish and chip shop, the Chinese takeaway, it was the newsagents. So stereotypically, we were living above a newsagent's shop, all 10 of us. And these were the early days of really informing me about some of the things I'm doing right now in terms of business and all the things that I now take for granted. I was learning them from the age of 11. And one of the things that there's a whole kind of big story about all the different things I've learned, but the bit I wanted to just share with you was the story about crisps. And in my company, Hallmark Care Homes, this is starting to become a bit of a famous story now, where people, because I've told this story many times, but I was 11 years old. My mum said to me to fill the crisp rack with crisps. So what did I do? I get to the crisp rack and I start throwing the crisps in, and she stops me. She says, "What are you doing?" And I said, "I'm filling the crisps up, Mum, just like you told me." She said, "No, that's not how you do it." She said, "First of all, you've put the salt and vinegar next to the cheese and onion." So just have a think and put into the chat, why would you not put the salt and vinegar next to cheese and onion and the ready salted next to the smoky bacon? Why is it done in that order? When I Googled it a few years ago to put these presentations together, and I wanted to show this, they show it the way that my mum asked me to do it. Why do you think we don't put the cheese and onion next to the salt and vinegar and the ready salted next to smoky bacon? Yeah, absolutely, to bring out the colours, the contrast. And at the age of 11, and the other thing she said was also, you don't just chuck them in and crush them next to each other. What you do is you pull them up, you plump them up, and you get them into these lovely rows. And that's what I did, because that's what she told me to do, and I knew that if Mum told me to do something, then I had to do it. Because one of the other phrases that she always had was, if you're going to do something, then do it right or don't do it at all. Which didn't mean don't do it at all, it meant just do it right, the way that she wanted me to do it, which is great. So one of the things I was learning was standards, that there are ways of doing things that have the maximum impact. And when I was starting to think about my entrepreneur talks, the first time when I was thinking about when did I first learn about standards, and it was me arranging the crisps. And that had an impact on me, because what it started to show me was that there's a right way of doing things and there's a way that's not so effective. So just have a think about in your own life, is what standards do you operate at? And it can start from a very simple thing about the crisps, how one lives their life. How do you make your bed in the morning? What time do you get up? Do you press the snooze on? Do you get up and do the exercises that you promised yourself the night before, etc., etc. Have a think about your own standards in your life. Where have they come from? and start to be that detective in your life, because this is going to lead you into the goal setting, the vision board session that we're going to do shortly. So your past has many lessons to be thankful for, and if you look hard enough, you'll see those lessons. It really will. So next we're going to do an exercise on what you can be thankful for from the past. It's on page 3. So if you turn to that, we want to get you in a real state now of gratitude, of being thankful, so we can build you up to doing the goal setting and then the vision boards. So we're going to play some music, and just very quickly for a couple of minutes, what can you be thankful for from your past? What are things you need to back up and share some things that to give you some ideas, because sometimes we think it needs to be a big thing that we need to be thankful of, and it can be something very small, it could be something, of course it can be big, but there's lots of things to be thankful for. And one of the things that I always share, Anita, if you come up back on stage, is that for a long, long time now, I've been, and it's just become something that I naturally do, is that I acknowledge Anita, my wife, pretty much every single day before we go to bed, before we go to sleep, for the amazing person that she is, the amazing contribution that you've made in my life. And I don't get embarrassed about it, I'm not shy about it, and I don't get bored of telling Anita every day what she means to me in my life. And it's genuine, it's things that have happened in the day, it's things that I felt. And you know what, when you bring that to the fore, have a guess what? Those niggles that you have, those irritations that everyone has about each other, doesn't matter how perfect they are, and I think you're probably one of the most perfect people I've ever met.
Oh, thank you.
But you know, there are things that you have to always work on, and that gratitude exercise just washes away those silly little things that otherwise would become bigger things that are not relevant. Absolutely. So that's one thing that obviously I do with you, but do you want to just share with
sure.
everyone the kind of things they could put on?
Nish. So what can you be thankful for from your past? That is the task. So even if you haven't got a booklet, it's fine, on a clean sheet of paper or in your journal, you can write this down. So thankful from your past, your family, for instance. You could be thankful for the love and the support and guidance that they've given you in your past, in your childhood. Can you be thankful for your friends that you grew up with, perhaps in your school, perhaps even your teachers who, again, gave you guidance and support in your learning and also in encouraging you to be the best version of yourself? Could you be thankful for somebody that's in your life that you perhaps haven't met for a long, long time? Can you be thankful for your religion, your culture, your community, the people around you, your neighbours? Think about the experiences that you may have had when you were young, growing up, from your childhood. What can you be thankful for? So there's some examples that I've shared with you, and if you could just maybe think about those, write them down, and even share them with your family and friends that were perhaps there with you, joining you on this workshop together. What can you be thankful for?
And we're going to play some music as well, I hope. Let's get some music on. And you know what? Being thankful doesn't have to be even those big things. You know, being thankful for you've got arms and legs, that you have sight, that you can hear. You know, just being grateful for those things. That you haven't got a toothache. Just have a think. Sorry, let me look in the camera. Keep looking into the. You know, there's a few dentists in the room, right? Have a think about. You know, you don't realise the value of your teeth until you got a toothache, and then you wish you didn't have one. And then you know how bad a toothache is, for example. But how grateful are we that we don't have a toothache, for example, or that we don't have any aches? We just take it for granted until you know, we have a problem. So having that gratitude each and every day can make a significant difference to all of us. And I'm coaching myself here while I'm saying this. So yeah, I don't think we're going to get the music, unfortunately, but just keep going. Write down lots and lots of things. Don't stop. Just, you know, I'm grateful for my parents. I'm grateful for where I live. I'm grateful for my upbringing. I'm grateful for you know, the fact I'm alive. I'm grateful for all the billions of eggs that could have been, sperms that could have been fertilized. It was me that was chosen. Because one in, I don't know how many million or billion chance of you actually being here. So just you being here is an absolute miracle in itself. When I heard that fact ages ago, I was like, wow, do we ever think like that? That actually just being here is a miracle in itself. So just work on choosing and finding those miracles, and just think about how your life will be. So I'm going to take one share from someone. Someone wants to raise their hand, because I think this really starts to set the scene for others as well. If somebody wants to share, what are they grateful for in their life? Oh, we've got some music. So who'd like to raise their hands? Come on, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Who wants to hear what they're grateful for? I can't see any hands going up.
From the past, was it for now?
Oh, we have a sharer. Theodora. If we can unmute Theodora. You're going to get a request to unmute, and then we're going to do Dylan after that. So, Dylan, are you unmuted ready?
Hi. Can you hear me now?
Right, let's wait on. Okay, let's do Dylan, then we do Theodora. Dylan?
Yep.
Hey,
I'm thankful for moving school.
Okay.
So back in year 9, I moved school, and I think that I'm very thankful for that, because I am where I am today because I've achieved great grades for GCSE, which is now pushing me up to a better life, a better career. Mm-hmm. So I'm thankful to my parents for that. And also I'm thankful for doing the vision board. I think, was it 2 years ago I done it with you guys? I'm thankful for that as well, because I can now see my goals, and I'm doing it again this year, so I can see how I can progress even further. So thank you.
Dylan, thank you for that. Thanks so much. So let's give Dylan a round of applause, everyone. Keep that energy going. Fabulous, thank you. Theodora, and then I think we'll take one more with Zalal, I think it is.
So I'm grateful for my mum. I don't tend to acknowledge how grateful I am for her often enough, because I tend to be grateful for my father for all the stuff he's done towards helping me business-wise. But my mum is an amazing woman with all the adversity she's been through, losing her partner very young, becoming a single parent to 6 children, raising them, and now being a phenomenal grandmother to countless grandchildren, and still going strong. I mean, this is a woman who will go and dig in the garden for hours on end and make organic produce, etc. Doesn't tire, won't sit down, etc. And I think without her, I don't think any of us as siblings would be where we are today. We forget just how much of a backbone she is to all of us. And so I'm grateful for her. Everything I am today is because of her.
Fabulous. Theodora, thank you for sharing that. Give her a round of applause, everyone, as well. And if we can unmute Zilal, I think I pronounced your name hopefully correctly. There we go. What are you grateful for or thankful for?
I'm thankful for my family, like letting me go to a really good school that can get me like to a far place in life, and thankful for the support from my family, my friends, and people that have been with me since I was young. Like having arms, legs, smells, scent, hearing everything, and being here is also helping a lot to guide me through life. So.
Zalal, thank you so much for sharing that. Great. Thank you. Give her a round of applause. Can everybody, is the sound enough? Yeah, is sound? Thumbs up if you can hear loud and clear. Yeah, fabulous. Okay, just checking because it's a bit quieter in my ear. So let's move on then. So hopefully you're starting to get into that zone now. But let me talk about something else. Something really I think is quite important. So how many of you have got parents who had expectations for you that you never quite absolutely fulfilled on? Raise your hands. They wanted you to be something, but you didn't quite make that happen for them. Okay? So how many of you feel that you've let someone down at some point in your life? Raise your hands. Right, okay. So most of us, right? So let me share my story. My mum wanted me to be a doctor, and a lot of the reason was that we had an older brother who passed away in India when I was only 3 years old. And she was, it had a huge impact on her because she wasn't able, we went from India to Kenya to India, and we couldn't cure him. He was only 13 or 14 at the time. And one of the doctors in India said, look, the only way that we can see that you can cure your son is to bring him to the UK, and there the doctors might be able to do something. But before we could get all the flights arranged and the tickets arranged and the passports and everything else, he'd passed away. It was a very sad time for the family. I was 4 years old. I can just about remember the funeral. But my mum made a decision that, you know what, let's still go. There's something, fate is, we're destined to go to the UK, let's make that happen. But one of the things that she always yearned for is that had we had a doctor in the family, then maybe her eldest son would still be here. And so she'd put that onus on me to become that doctor. And unfortunately, I didn't know my purpose, the reason why. I knew that didn't want to let my mum down, and it just seemed like it was a good thing to do. But unfortunately, I didn't get into medicine, and I ended up then having to go off and do accounting and finance, which I'll talk about in a minute. But at that time, I felt that I'd let my mum down. I'd failed to get into medicine. Someone who used to achieve most things that I set my mind to, that was a big blow for me, to have failed at something, especially in this way, and to have let my mum down. So one of the things that I want you to think about, and on page 3 again, is to have a look and see what have you failed at that seemed at the time was the end of the world. So anything that you failed at, write that down. I'm going to play some music. Hopefully the music will work this time. What have you failed at that seemed the end of the world at the time, or at the time you felt that you were letting someone down? So we're going to give you just a short period of time, about a minute or so, to write down anything or any things where you failed at and you think you've let someone down. Maybe if you're brave, like Tasneem, share it in the group, because what I found is that being able to share this sets me free. It stops me thinking that I'm a failure, because it's only over time that you start to realize actually it was just an outcome. So if you've got a few seconds, just type it into the chat as well, so we can kind of see that we're all in the same boat. Yeah, we're never the finished article. So I'm going to take just one share this time. Someone who thinks they've failed at something, and at the time it seemed like the end of the world. I'm going to ask Kalpna, because I can see she's got a camera on, if we can unmute Kalpna, and if you can very succinctly tell us what you think you failed at, which seemed like the end of the world at the time. Kalpna?
Hello everyone. Oops. I failed at my marriages. I failed in education. I failed in friendships. I failed when I let my parents down, firstly by marrying a white man, and then secondly by marrying a Muslim man. So I felt a huge failure in my life. But thank you to what you're going to share later on, because I don't want to start sharing now. I have moved on and I'm in a good place now. Thank you, Avnish.
Kalpna, thank you very much for sharing that. Give her a big round of applause. And I'm sure we'll share more, Anita will share more about Kalpna later on when she shares about her journey and the books that she's written, which obviously Kalpna, you're in one of those books, so fabulous. Okay, just want to keep moving on now. So just see how this is building up now to our goal setting. So I can see as you start to inquire into your life, the things that are making you tick, the things that are stopping you, the conversations that you have going on in your mind, your head, day to day. We're starting to unravel some of those, so you can start forging a little journey into what's next. I don't know if this picture of the car's come up. If it has, this is the car that I sat in when I made a very momentous decision. How many of you have made a life-changing decision that you weren't sure at the time, but that changed your whole life? Raise your hands. Yeah, raise your hands if you've made a decision that changed your whole life. And you could have made a different decision, but you chose that one. So obviously I didn't get into medicine, so I ended up thinking I'd do dentistry, but then I got dissuaded from doing dentistry by some family friends. They said, go and become an accountant, just like Tasneem. So that's what I did. I went off to Newcastle University. I got my accountancy degree, accounting and finance. And then I went on to become a chartered accountant. I joined one of the big 5 accountancy firms, Coopers & Lybrand, as it was at the time. And because I had a business background, I found that so much easier. I found the interviews easier. It's really raining hard here. I don't know if you can hear the pattering of the rain on the roof here in the building that we're in. I hope that's not disturbing you too much. But after 4 years of doing that, I realized that accounting was a stepping stone to the future, and that's what I'd always thought accounting was going to be. It was going to teach me about finance, and teach me about being a businessman, and then I was going to go off and do some amazing stuff. And then I had that decision to make, but now what? And so just have a think about in your own life where you took a decision that was going to be a stepping stone. You thought, I'll do this for a couple of years, and then I'll do something else. And have a think, how many of you are still doing that 5, 10, 15, 20 years later, where that stepping stone became your life? And today's an opportunity for you to think about, is it now to step off that stone and go and do the things that you really were truly destined for? Or something else, because life has changed. So I had a decision to make. I wasn't enjoying accounting, and I was sitting in that little XR2i at the time, which, if you lived in Essex, was the Ferrari of its day. I was very proud as a 23-year-old to have my own little XR2i. Some of you are smiling because you're of my generation. And so what I did, I got some auction catalogues of property auctions, and I went off to Southend-on-Sea, and I went and saw some properties. And I thought, let me see if I could actually join the family business and actually drive our property portfolio. We had a couple of properties at the time, a few of them, and we were mostly busy running our shops, and we had a number of shops at the time. And I thought this would be really good for me to do. And so I went in to see some estate agents. I went to see some flats, and I did the research, and I thought, wow, these returns that I can make on small investments are profound. Have a guess. I mean, some of you will have heard this story before, but those of you who haven't, what kind of returns do you think I was working on at that time? It was 1991, and I was doing my research. What kind of returns do you think I was working on that I was told? Just stick it into the chat. And wait a few seconds. 20%. Yeah. Not 70%. It was 20 to 25%. 70% would have been crazy, but and that was incredible to be making those kind of returns. And I remember going back and sitting in the car. I'd done my research. I'd looked at a couple of apartments. I'd gone to 2 agents to make sure that I'd cross-checked to make sure I was being told the truth. And I remember sitting in that car, and I was having this conversation with myself. How many of you can relate to this? You have a conversation with yourself. There's effectively 2 people having the conversation, the pro and the con. You've got the voice going, let's do it, and the voice going, yeah, but be careful. Yeah, be careful. Yeah, how many of you can relate to that? Raise your hands. Yeah, you're talking to yourself. So I had this internal dialogue going on, and it went a bit like this. Wow, this is amazing. The returns are incredible. Look what we could make from buying these flats. They're £15,000, the guide price. That we could sell them for 24,000, and the rentals were like 3,000, 3,500 a year. That's a good return. And then the little voice was saying, oh no, but it can't be that easy, because if it was that easy, everyone would be doing it. And then the other voice said, look, you've done your work. It is that easy. You can do this. And it's one of those interesting conversations. They didn't last too long, and I decided. In that moment, I never looked back. I never ever after that thought, am I doing the right thing? Should I be doing this? It was like really decided, that was it. I'd made my mind up, I was going to make it work. And one of the things I learned in that time was that, you know, hard work and persistence and true grit will get you to wherever you want to go, because you just keep going. So again, on page 4 now, I want you to think about, and again, this is now starting to tease out from you your latent potential, yeah? And what ideas do you have that you haven't implemented yet? Because I can bet you, for pretty much most of you, you've got thoughts and ideas that you've been sitting on for weeks, months, if not years, where you thought, I'd love to do this, but what if? What will people think? What if that happened? What if I failed? Etc., etc. Can I do this? So I want you to write down, what ideas do you have that you haven't implemented yet? We're going to play some music. Going to give you a couple of minutes. Write down as many ideas. You might have 1 or 2. You might have loads. And if you want to put it in the chat, feel free to put it in the chat as well. Right. No. Right, okay. So we've got a few hands up, so it looks like people want to share. So very quickly, let's see if the team behind the stage can keep an eye on and unmute. Priti, I'll give you the requests. I think it's Priti, and then Ekta, and then Tesneen, and Viral. Very quickly, we're going to take 30-second shares from each of you. What is it that ideas you have that you haven't implemented yet? So Priti, do you want to start? Right. Can we just unmute all 4 and give them the request? Viral, do you want to go first?
Yeah, thanks, Avnish. Yes, so I think what I haven't implemented now, and I always come to it, is getting onto social media and lecturing, like what you're doing right now, or, you know, sharing your story. The other thing was worrying about social media and, you know, renting an office space to, or employing people to expand my business.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
We're off me.
Okay, thank you for that, Viral. We're going to keep moving. Going to get some Tesneen next.
Hi, so I had some ideas about, I want to create some sort of internal golden circle within the organization I'm in for like women in finance around, because I do a lot of work around diversity and inclusion. And then the other thing I wanted to do is one of Shaquille's goals for a while. He wants his own YouTube channel as well. So I've got that down. Oh, and Aaliyah's saying she also wants a YouTube channel as well. She's just waiting. And then, okay. And then, oh, no, she said no. Okay, I misheard her. I think she was trying to say something else. Sorry. This is a problem when you try and do this as a family. And then last thing is also trying to go more into investing as well. So a few shares there.
Fabulous. Tasneem, thank you for that. And just
Thank you.
thank you for those shares. Have a think about those things that you've had for a long, long time as well. Those things that have been on your mind for years and years and years. And today's about how you explore whether you really want to go for that or once and for all put it to bed. So let's keep moving. So one of the things for me is I'm in the care home business, and after I was doing properties for about 6-7 years, we'd built up our portfolio to about 100 properties. We were doing really well, but I wanted a challenge. And one of my uncles who lives in America used to always say to me, it's never about what you have, it's who you become that's the most important thing. And so for me, I really wanted to challenge myself to the next level. So we had an opportunity to go and buy a care home in South Wales, which we did, the Hollies in Pontypridd in 1977. So 1997, which is 25 years ago this year. And that was a real game changer for me. It was something that I'd been thinking about for a while, and I had no idea though how to run a care home. And so it really was throwing my hat over the wall. It really was about just doing it and then working out how I'd make it happen. And that's what we did. So 25 years on, after buying our first care home, we have 19 care homes in our portfolio. We have 3 under construction, as well as assisted living apartments, and we have a number of projects that are underway as well. And one of the things that I wanted to, and we have a workforce, a team of about 2,500 people now working for us, working with us. So, and that's come about in 25 years. So one of the key things that I wanted to kind of explore with you is that you have an idea, and then you execute that idea, and then you just work out. You just don't give up until that idea happens. So I'll give you an example. We go and find land. So this is a site that we found in Henley-on-Thames in the UK a few years ago. I then try to visualize what could be on that site. So we get an architect to come and do some drawings. We say, look, we'd like a certain number of beds. We'd like it to look like this. We want, these kind of facilities, etc. They then start drawing up the floor plans. We start then to visualize what that could look like based on 25 years of experience of running care homes. That then, we then create a computer-generated image to say whether we like it or not, and that's an image of the finished product, and we go, oh, I love that, let's build it. So then we start the building, the construction. We start building the basement, start doing the digging, we start the foundations, and start building the building up. And this just shows you one of the homes that we built a couple of years ago in Henley, and we've got more under construction. Then you see the finished article almost, not quite there yet, but you can see that it looks very much like the computer-generated image. So first of all, it starts with that image in the brain. We then turn that into an image on a computer, and then the real thing. And then you can see some more pictures of that. Let me show you some more pictures for those of you who haven't seen these before. These are some of the care homes that we run in the UK. This is the one we built after the one in Henley in Brentwood, near where we live. And this is the cinema. This is the cafe. This is the library, the hairdressing salon, which is all included as part of the fee for residents to really enjoy. This is the bar and the celebration area for residents. This is another celebration area we have upstairs, which is again a big function room with a bar. This is our therapy room, so residents who are mostly in their 80s and 90s can really enjoy the benefit of being in a care home. We have a full surround sound cinema for the residents to enjoy all their favourite sports, etc., and a plethora of restaurants and dining areas for residents to enjoy themselves, as well as a piano room, a music room, etc. So what I want you to do next now is pick an idea and write down, if you couldn't fail, what could happen. So think of something that you've been putting off, something that you have been scared to implement. Write that down, and write down, if you couldn't fail, what could happen. Right? When you start thinking about some of the things that you wouldn't probably put on your vision board, you'd be too scared. And we start now thinking about some of those things that you've either talked about or someone's told you not to, or you won't even share that because it's too big a dream. So write down an idea, and just one idea for now. And if you couldn't fail, what could you create? So if failure wasn't an option, what could you create? So I'm going to play some music, and for about a minute, if you want to just write down an idea, and very quickly, just what could that look like? Anita, do you want to come and share some of those, or shall I do that? Yeah. So it could be anything. It could be, you want to start my own business. It could be, I want to go to university and do a certain degree. It could be, I want to get into a relationship. It could be, I want to create my health in a certain way, my well-being. It could be, I want to go and live in a different country. It could be, I want to move house or live in a certain type of house. It could be the environment. It could be anything. It could be the people that I want to hang out with. It could be a friend that I want to make, somebody that becomes my circle of influence. So just have a think about an idea and write down, if you could not fail, what could happen? So I promise you, you write that idea down, and in 12 months' time, when we come back again in a year's time, many of you will say, that idea that I wrote down, oh my God, is now becoming a reality. So I want you to pick something that scares you witless, and write that down. And if you want to write down in the chat, because what will happen is you'll have friends in the room that will hold you accountable as well. And accountability is one of the things we'll talk about later, is if you want to be brave and write down what is it that you, if you couldn't fail, you'd want to make happen. You can't see the cursor now. Yep. So anybody want to share? Want to take one share? One idea that you have that if you couldn't fail? Write a book? Looking out for a hand to go up. Bernie, can we unmute Bernie? Just going to take one quick share.
Oh.
Bernie, what is the one idea that if you couldn't fail, you'd make happen?
It was something that wasn't very nice that happened 20 odd years ago, that I tried to hold the people accountable at the time, and it was the church. And then 6 years ago, the person was arrested, went to prison, but it was something that I fought for justice. And I've always wanted to put it down in writing. I started a few years ago. I never put it away, didn't get any further. And I just feel it's something that I want to do. And I've written down, writing the book, and then more and more and more and more and more. So that's what I wanted to do.
Fabulous. Bernie, thank you for that. Thank you for sharing that. Hopefully that will stimulate some other thinking. Sometimes you really have to take on the system. You have to do something really brave in order to achieve your goals and your vision. So keep putting it into the chat. We've got somebody wants to make some flats, become a speaker and a comedian, James, helping people with problems. There'll be things for sure where you really have been holding back on. And today's about unleashing yourself. Because I promise you, everything starts with that first step. It starts with that thought to say, I'm going to go for it, and then go from there. Right, we're going to take one more quick share, because Nav's put her hand up. She's a she and a her, so we know it's a female that's about to speak, or a she or her. Not sure if I said the right thing.
Hi there, everyone. Hi.
Hi, Nav.
Hiya. Apologies, my video is not on. I've had to move to a chair to support an injury I'm experiencing, so my setup doesn't allow you to be able to see me in the camera when I'm on that chair. So just to say apologies, I've not got my video on. No, thank you for this opportunity, first of all. I'd like to set up an accredited course for people with lived experience of post-traumatic stress disorder, to become trainers, to then go out and deliver training. Because I think because of the pandemic, I think there's going to be a huge need for it. And we've definitely got gaps in services. So yeah, I'm a freelance trainer myself. That's one of the things I do. But it's one of the things that I'd like to do to help support people coming out through the pandemic.
No, thank you for that. Wow, that's amazing. What a great service that will be, especially as we know so many people have been challenged through the last couple of years. So thank you for sharing that. You've declared that in front of all these people on this Zoom call. So if you know Nav, you can hold her accountable to make that happen. That's brilliant. Thank you for sharing that. And one of the key things that we're going to talk about, we're going to have a quick break for 10 minutes in a second. So I know many of you have been glued to the TV and been really working diligently through everything. So we're going to give you a 10-minute break shortly. But you know, one of the key things you'll find is that you'll underestimate what you can do, you'll overestimate rather what you can do in a year and underestimate what you can do in a lifetime. And often we get very, what's the word? When we don't see the results quickly, we get disheartened. And I promise you that if you persist with what you're really passionate about, over time, the world will conspire with you to make it happen. And events like this are so key to how you can be really inspired. And one of the things, so I'll give you a quick example of that. We were going to, you know, because we had to stay in Dubai, we were going to pull this event. I think I might have said this earlier. And literally, we were about to pull the event when I spoke to Bunty, my friend, who's on screen today. And I said, we're going to pull the event. There you go, Bunty, give us a wave. And Bunty said, no, don't pull the event. I know someone in Dubai that can make this happen. I can make this happen. And, you know, we were scared, we were nervous, we were like, you know, we're in a different country, we don't know what the laws are, we don't know how, but he said, no, I've got a close friend, a relative that can make that happen. He knows someone, and here you go. He changed, you know, our life, your lives, because otherwise this could have got postponed. We're all here today working through the technical glitches, but we're here. That's the key. Now, you know, I could have waited for it to be perfect, and that's another thing that often we wait for. We wait for everything to be absolutely right before we'll do it. We never take that risk. We took a big risk today doing this because so many things could have gone wrong, a few things have gone wrong, but we're here. We're here to serve and make that difference. And we're here to be, take that risk of being embarrassed or whatever it might be, because it's worth it. And that's one thing I urge all of you, is that if you don't share what you're up to, if I hadn't shared with Bunty that we were going to do this event and we'd explored a number of avenues and we couldn't get anywhere, he could not have then reached out to me and helped me. How many people have you actually asked for help? And if you did, you actually, and that's the other thing, you know, I was actually frightened when I asked him for help, or said, because when he said, I can make this happen, half of me was like, no, don't help me, because actually it's too scary. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. But then I didn't want to let him down either, and he knew someone who could make it happen. So again, one of the things I had in my head, it's been a challenging last few days for Anita and myself, you know, getting concerned about how can we pull this off, what if, and all these things, etc. You know, we haven't promoted it enough, we haven't got enough people, we should have thousands on it, all the internal dialogue. And you know what, sometimes you've just got to do it, and you just got to experience it, because something good will come out of it. And one of the things I know holds me back is waiting for everything to be perfect, because I want it to be just absolutely right. And sometimes you'll learn more from things going wrong than you will do trying to get it right, because it will stop you doing things for a long time. Do people relate to that? Raise your hands if that resonates. Yeah? Good. Okay, so let's keep the energy high. It's been quite a long session now, but I want to give you a huge thank you for persevering with these wonderful conversations we're having. Keep sharing in the group what you're learning, because people are reading that and you're making a difference and impact to others. We're going to have a quick 10-minute break. It is now 4 o'clock here, and it's probably midday where you are. So 10 past, come back really energized, go and have a comfort break, have a cup of tea, whatever it is, and then we'll come back 10 past and we'll carry on with the session, and then we're going to get you into the vision boards straight after that. So see you in 10 minutes. And keep sharing in the group. Okay, it's
10 past now.
okay. Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully, you can hear me. And if you want to come back and unmute your camera so we know that you're back. Hopefully, you've got a bit of light relief there. Quick bite to eat. Quick comfort break. And then we'll make a start. So we'll assume everyone's there, even if the cameras are not on, because we've got a little bit of material to go before we start the vision board session itself. So let me see if, can you see goals on your screen? Hopefully it's a little bit wonky on the screen. I think you need to resize the screen there. But so goals. Let's now start looking at moving now forward. Hopefully we've set the scene in the first stage about really unpicking your brain, getting to think about various things that hopefully will start to formulate your goal setting and your vision boards in due course. But now I want Anita is going to share with us why set goals. So Anita.
Oh, there's just so many reasons why people should set goals. I think it's just an incredible way, firstly, to start the year. You can set goals at any time of the year anyway. It's not just for the start of your new year. But look, if you set goals, you really do, it helps you to clarify your desires. All the activities that you do will be geared at you achieving those goals. So all the things that your hopes, your dreams, your desires, the goals that you set, you'll be far, far more focused on doing that. You'll also be more likely to act on your life's mission and your purpose if you set some goals. There was some research done at the University at the Royal Holloway, and what it showed was that the participants that actually took part in some of the goal-setting classes, they had a much better sense of well-being than those that didn't participate. And there's lots of things that are linked to well-being. You know, if you clarify exactly what you want to do in that year or that short time, whatever the goals are, you'll be more disciplined in the activities that you do, so that you're moving towards achieving those goals. And it also helps you to magnetizes you to the opportunities that are available to you, and it helps you to seize those opportunities, because once you see that goal and you see the opportunities that may come your way, it will help you to open up many more doors for you. And also when you set goals, you'll talk about them with your family and friends. You'll say, look, this is what I want to do, and how can you help me to achieve my goal? So sharing them with other people is a really powerful way. It's a tool. Look, goal setting is a tool for your life. It's a tool alongside many other things that you may implement to succeed in whatever it is that you want to succeed in. So please use today as another tool, add it to your toolbox in your life's mission to help you achieve your purpose and help you to lead a more fulfilling life, especially around your well-being and happiness. And also, if you try to add some discipline around your goals, so that you're giving your goals plenty of attention, you've set your goals with intention, and you work on them with some intensity on a day-to-day basis, what you'll find is you'll be happier. And a study was also done which showed that those people that met their goals or were more disciplined in their goals, they were actually happier, because they were achieving those areas that were desirable for them in their life. So that's really, some of the reasons why it's so important to set goals, to give you the direction in your life, so you can strive for something that's, say, bigger than yourself, and you can lead a more fulfilling and happier life. And moving on from that, Avnish, so setting goals is something that we're going to be moving on to very swiftly, where we're going to ask you to look at different areas of your life that, say, you may not be doing so well at, and looking at your dreams, desires and hopes for the future.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Anita. And one of the key things, I'll swap over.
Oh,
so
sorry.
There you go. Over the years, why we've been doing this workshop for 8 years now is that the impact that it has on ourselves, but also the feedback that we get. In fact, today, only this morning, we had feedback from somebody that's in Anita's forthcoming book that she's actually launched a couple of weeks ago, of the impact that this workshop's had on her life. And we get this regular feedback from people, which really spurs us to keep going, which is why we decided that we were going to make it happen in Dubai against all the odds, because we didn't want to let each and every one of you down, just in case you couldn't make an alternative date. So the power of goals, goal setting, and the vision boards, do not underestimate that if this is your first time. Luckily, I can recognize so many faces. You're here and have been doing this for 3, 4, 5 years, so clearly you're back because you want to take your life to the next level. Let me remind you of something called your RAS, your reticular activating system, and what that's about. Because one of the key things, look, how would we have done this event here in Dubai had I not done the things that I said? So let me just explain what your reticular activating system is. When you set, so let me use the example first and I'll explain it. How many of you have a car or your parents have a car? Raise your hands. So for how many of you, when you bought that car or your parents bought that car, suddenly you're on the motorway and you see other cars like that car, and you go, oh look, there's another one of white Mercedes or BMW or Citroen or whatever it is that you own. How many of you had that experience where you suddenly saw other cars like that, right? Great, okay. Now, were those cars not there until you bought your car and suddenly these cars arrived and then you saw them? Or were they always there, right? Clearly they were always there. What happened was that you didn't notice those things until you got that particular car, right? So that's called your reticular activating system, because what happens is your brain blocks out 99.9% of everything around you. So right now, I only focus on one bit. Right now I'm focused on the camera that's right in front of me. My brain could not comprehend and process everything else that's around me. And so similarly, the brain deletes 99.9% of everything around it. So what goal setting does is when you put that in the forefront, just like when you buy that car, suddenly you start seeing more of those cars. When you put a goal in front of you, and obviously you then create the vision board, what you start doing is you start to see things around you that are going to help you achieve that goal. So the example that I was about to give is that we were going to do this goal setting workshop in the UK, and we had that goal right in front of us, and then we manifested it here in Dubai. And had we not had that goal, then we wouldn't have been able to achieve it. And then beyond that, let's see what holding this event in Dubai holds, because it's the next step. It's continual chapters that open up. You take one step, then another step, and another step, and before you know it, that goal that you set often is bigger than you ever imagined it could be. So this is a picture of us a few years ago in Dubai when we were here last time. And one of the things that I've seen in my life is that things don't just happen by accident. They happen by design. They happen because you persist. And we were at lunch on the Palm. It was a lovely sunny day, and I said I think it was New Year's Day or New Year's Eve, something around that time, 3 years ago. So I said to the family, I tell you what, rather than just having lunch, let's have a different type of lunch. Why don't we look at our goals for the year? And in fact, actually, what I started off saying is let's look at the year that we've just had, and let's celebrate all our accomplishments that we had this year. And the first reaction from everybody was, what do you think? Do you think it was like, yeah, let's do this? No, it wasn't. They were like, oh, Dad, come on, can't we just have lunch? Look, why do we have to do this stuff? It's lovely and sunny, we're on holiday. I said, come on, if we do this, we'll have an even better lunch than just having the general chit-chat. And we did. I got the family enrolled in it. It took a few minutes, and then we started sharing. And it's amazing the magic that opened up of each and every one of us sharing the things that others didn't know about that had happened to us in that year, and that we could then acknowledge them for all those things. So sometimes you really have to, and you're all in families, you have friendship groups. Sometimes you have to stand out. You have to take a risk in shaping that conversation. And one thing I urge you to do, and those of you who know me and some of you in the room today know that if you come round to our house for dinner or for tea, chances are you're not going to have a general chit chat. We're going to turn it into an intentional conversation that's going to make a difference in your life and our lives as well. And it's fun. That's the key. We can have chit chat, or we can create an intentional conversation. So that's one of the things I urge you to think about. Write that down maybe as something that, next time you have friends round, instead of just having chit chat, create an intentional conversation about your life and your goals. And that's what we did. And then last year, we were in lockdown, so we were all in different places, so we did it on Zoom. We did our goal setting on Zoom. So not going to allow ourselves to be stopped. And this is the picture from 3 years ago. Not only did we do what we achieved that year, then when we got back to the apartment, I said to everybody, come on, I'll tell you what, it's coming up to New Year's Eve, let's set our goals for next year. And again, do you think everybody went, yeah, let's do it? No, they didn't. They said, oh, Dad, come on, we've just done our review of the year, it's New Year's Eve or whatever, close to that. Let's go and enjoy ourselves. I said, we will. And then they said, we don't have pens, we don't have paper. Luckily, I'd brought 5 journals with me in my suitcase. And I said, here we go, here's the journals, let's do it. And you know what, within a few minutes, you can see everybody was just busy writing away their goals for the following year. So this is the reason I'm sharing this story with you, is the more people you get into these conversations, the better it is and the faster your goals will go and the environment that you'll create. Because who we hang out with is who we become. Yeah, we are a product of our peer group, and what we want to do is want to be leaders in that peer group and shape how that peer group goes. And that means we have to stand up and really make that difference and make that impact. So hopefully that was useful. If you want to keep sharing in the chat, I know some of you are scribbling stuff down, which is great as well. The more notes you take, the better it will be. But yeah, just keep sharing in the chat. If you get an insight or if you've got a question, please share it in the chat. So let's now move on. Let's get into goal setting.
So just before we move on, in the chat, Simran has added the link for the booklet because that will help you in the different areas that we're going to look at for setting some of your goals. So if you haven't had a chance to download the booklet, you can have a look on the link. It's in the chat. Simran will put it up again so that we can have the booklet available to you all. It's just gone up now. Oh, thank you, Zilal, for adding that to everybody's the chat box. That you'll just be needing that in the next few minutes. So
okay, so let's move on then. So is everyone enjoying themselves so far? Everyone getting value? Let's make sure we keep the energy high. We're on Zoom, and so that's what we've got to do. Anita's saying stop shaking and stop moving around.
That way.
I'm moving around like this, so she's saying stop moving. Want to share with you some of the stuff that's going on stage right now as well, so you can be part of that. So I tend to move around a bit, and she wants me to be standing still. So I'll try my best. So goals. Goals are really important. Why? So let's have a look. What we've done is we've split goals into 5 areas, and I really believe that there's no point setting goals unless you have gratitude, because you can have more, bigger, better, faster, etc. But if you're not grateful right now, what will happen is that let's have more of stuff. And we talked about success and how we can have more success in our life and still have suffering. So everything starts with that whole piece around gratitude. So what we're going to do is do some exercise in a second, but I just want you to watch this video. Hopefully this will work. It's the rich man in a Rolls Royce video. So let's see whether we can get the technology going, and let's play this video. And this will really show us the whole point around why gratitude is so, so important. Let's see if we can make this happen. Here we go. Thank you.
Harvey, can you believe that my friend just purchased a private jet? Man, I wish I could afford one of those.
Well, you're not doing so bad yourself, sir.
But you don't understand. If I had one of those, man, I'd be much happier.
Hey man, sorry to bother you. Is this a new Rolls Royce? Hey, this is like my dream car.
Yeah, it is.
You know, man, I'd be so happy if I had a car like this instead of my piece of junk. You must be the luckiest guy on earth. Anyways, I gotta run, but thanks for talking to me.
You know what, Harvey? Now that I think about it, I I guess I'm not doing so bad, you know. I guess the only way to be happy is to appreciate what you have, what you already have.
Piece of junk. I hate this car.
What happened? Did your car break down?
No, it runs fine. I'm just tired of this cheap thing. It's definitely not a Rolls Royce, that's for sure.
At least you have a car. I have to take the bus everywhere. I would be so happy if I had one. Anyway, I gotta run. I don't want to miss the bus. I hope you have a good day.
Wow. Guess I'm fortunate to have a car at all.
Sucks. I hate taking the bus.
Hey, everything okay?
Yeah, it's fine. I'm mad because I missed the bus. Just wish I had a car.
Well, I have to bike home 20 miles every day because I can't afford the bus.
20 miles? It's a long way to bike.
Yeah. Wish I could give my legs a break one of these days. Anyway, I gotta take off, but cheer up.
Maybe taking the bus isn't that bad after all.
Man, I hate this bike. I am so tired of having to bike home every day.
Hey, is everything okay?
Yeah, I wish I could afford the bus. My legs are exhausted.
Oh, well, look at it this way. At least your legs work. That's a blessing right there.
Oh my God. I am so sorry. That was really inconsiderate of me.
Don't be sorry. I'm happy with my life and with what I have, even if I can't use my legs.
If you don't mind me asking, how do you stay so happy?
Well, I wasn't always happy with not being able to walk. That is, until I met someone who reminded me, at least I have arms.
I guess it's true what they say. The only way to be truly happy is to appreciate what you have. Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Hey Doorman fam, I hope you loved that message about why you should be grateful for what you have. I appreciate you watching, and remember, we're not just telling stories, we're changing lives.
Doorman himself. So the whole point of this conversation now is dealing with I'll be happy when. And the key reason that we Right guys, can you hear me now? So the reason we show you that video is we often have this conversation about I'll be happy when. And it's really, really important that we can create these amazing goals which we're going to do in a moment. But it's really making sure that we're happy with where we are right now. That we're not using the things that we're going to be creating on our vision board as a reason of why we're going to have more happiness. Because what we're going to do is get ourselves in a state of being happy in the moment right now. And that's the reason for showing that video. So you've got an exercise now on page 6 of what you are most grateful for. So we're going to take a couple of moments. We've done the thankful exercise, so you're really on that journey of discovering that. And now, having watched that video, what are you most grateful for? And because we've already started that process, I'm going to only give you a couple of minutes to write down what you're most grateful for right now. So we're going to play some music, and then we'll come back, and then we'll get right into the next section. Okay. You can keep scribbling whilst you're listening to me, but hopefully that exercise is starting to get you to really feel in a great place, because what we want to do is, when we do our goal setting and vision board work, is be in a really resourceful place of creating our goals. So I'm going to move on now, and you can carry on adding to those as I'm speaking, or you can come back and pick this up in due course. And again, if you, so there's a few of you that haven't, not sharing your cameras, it's really great if you do share your cameras, because it's great for me to interact with you. So if you are able to share your cameras, then please, if you can switch your cameras on, it really makes a big difference to us when we're presenting to you. Thank you. Thanks for those that are switching their cameras on. So let's move on to outcome. So we've done the gratitude, and we've been working on that really right the way throughout this morning's session. So let's look at outcomes. You know, what are the outcomes that we want to achieve? But one of the things I want to do is do a bit of an audit with you, and we're going to look at the Wheel of Life, which is on pages 7 and 8. And Anita's going to come up in a second. I've done this Wheel of Life, and I'm going to do it again right now myself, because I'm due an audit on my life. So this Wheel of Life is all about the whole of the areas of your life, because when you do goal setting, what often people do is put their business goals or their academic goals or their work goals, and they don't look at a lot of the other areas of their life, or they'll put their family goals and not their business goals. So what this allows us to do is do a real audit of our life. Where are we right now to where we would like to be? And Nita's just going to explain now how you'd like to fill this out. There's two Wheel of Lives, one for children and one for adults. Anita, do you want to just share how to fill this out for those of you who have not done this before?
So if you've got the booklet and you've got the page in front of you, that's great. You can simply just annotate on the booklet on that page. But if you haven't got that, that's totally fine. If you're an adult, I suggest using the one on the left, the white one, and the green one is most suitable for young people. So select which Wheel of Life you'd like to complete. And so you can draw this out if you've got a clean sheet of paper, if you haven't got a booklet. All you need to do is take a snapshot. Where are you at now in your life in that particular area? So, for example, let's start with learning. Like today, you're all taking part in learning, you're developing your mindset, you may have done other courses, or you're quite high up on your learning. So you may want to rate yourself out of 10. And what you could do is you could consider right now, where are you out of 10? Do you rate yourself a 3 out of 10, a 5 out of 10, a 10 out of 10? And the way you do that, I'll just demonstrate on this board over here. It's you take a look at the area, the quadrant, the section. So I'm looking at learning here right now. I'm not sure if you can see me. Can you move that along actually, Avnish? This.
Yeah, on the edge. It's fine.
Yeah, it's right on the edge. Just move that along a bit more. Perfect. Okay, there we go. There we go. So this is learning, for instance. And if you say, okay, on learning, I'm a 6 out of 10, then around about just above halfway, you'd colour that in from there. So that's 6. So 5 is at halfway point, it's about here. That's 0. This is half, 5 out of 10, and this is 10 out of 10. I hope that's clear. So here's 5. And then you just simply shade this quadrant in. So I'm probably at about 6 out of 10 of my learning right now. I know what I need to do to close that gap between here and here. For 2022, I now need to close that gap and see what I can do in order to get my learning up to 10. And you can do that for the other areas. For example, work. My work is probably a lot lower than my learning. I'd say about a 3 for me. So I'm going to colour that in over here. And I can see whether I need to do something, put some goals in place to close the gap from getting a 3 to a 10 over 2022.
Yeah.
So if you could just think about your life right now where you are.
So basically what you'll do is you'll create the different numbers for each of the areas. So love, Anita, must be 10 out of 10 for you, so you'll put the 10 over here. I'm just being presumptuous. And then what you do is you'll shade that in, like so. Does everyone follow?
Yeah,
so you're looking at...
thumbs up if that's good.
Yeah.
So we can get
Everyone
an indication
get it?
of we,
so basically you're saying this is where you'd like...
Good.
10 out of 10 would look like this, but I know I'm actually a 5 or a 6 or 7 out of 10 for where I'd like to be right now in this moment. So this is always a snapshot, an audit of your life right now, not in the future or in the past. So it's benchmarking against today. and where you'd like to be. So if you could do that, and once you've done it, if you can, just hold it up to the screen. That would be good, and people can see and share your wheel of life. And I'm going to do mine as you're doing yours, because I'm due.
Wow, Mark, yours is a bit blurry, I think, because you've got a background. I'd love to see where you're at with that.
Oh, you've got a background thing. Here we go.
Oh, wow, okay. Cool. Thank you, Mark, for being brave enough to share that with us all. Yeah, you can do this any time of the year. I normally do it twice a year, at the beginning of the year and normally about summertime, halfway through the year. And it just helps me to compare how things I've put in place that have moved me, say, from a 3 out of 10 to a 10 out of 10 or a 9 out of 10, you know, whatever you desire. And you can also change the labels. So these may not be applicable to your life. You may say, well, actually, fun and enjoyment, that's not part of my life. You can relabel any of this. This is just an example that we're sharing with you. So what's important for you, have a look at that, and you can create your own wheel of life.
Okay, we've got some questions. Nita, do you want to quickly answer those while I do my...
You can put a dot where you want to be, absolutely. An optimum is, what's an optimum? Surely not 10 out of 10. No, that's entirely up to you. It's your wheel of life. You can decide that, what your optimum level is. Remember, it's your opinion, your version, what you think right now.
That's mine right now.
That's your wheel of life. Well, thank you, Avnish.
So my health and well-being, peace, physical well-being and health is the one that I need to focus on, because I've let that go a little bit over the last few months. So this is a great audit for me, because that was much higher a year ago when I did this last year. So I've got a bit of work to do there, and some of the other stuff as well. So it's fabulous for me to look at this. It's not quite as good as it was last year, because a lot of stuff's been happening.
And look, this isn't happy perfect. This is just a snapshot. You know, usually the first answer that comes in your head is usually the right answer, the number that comes in. So complete this quite quickly so that you can just understand that actually there's work to be done. We all have work to do in areas of our lives, and you can do this at any time, and you can come back to it. In fact, it's a really good idea to put a date on this. So today, 16th January 2022, this is where you're at, and then you can compare that 6 months down the line.
Absolutely, and the thing is, it will change, because what's 6 out of 10 now, you might achieve lots of goals, and next year it's 5 out of 10, because suddenly your expectation of what you want grows as well. So it's an ongoing thing, because I know there's areas of my life now that if I'd done this 10 years ago and I was where I am now, I'd have put it's 50 out of 10, for example. But now there's another, they're all the stepping stones. So this is just a snapshot of you right now. So hopefully that was useful. Hope you've all done that. If anybody else wants to flash their wheel of life up, they're more than welcome to. And
thank you, Sangeeta. Great.
Nice to see you as well.
Thank you, Selena. Oh, nice colours there. Very good. I love the colourful ones. Thank you, Yash. And Nehal?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Okay, brilliant. So
great.
This is now, and the idea of this is when you do your goal setting, that you don't focus just on one area of your life. You focus on, holistically all areas, because what we'll do otherwise, we'll over-focus and exercise one muscle and not all the muscles of our life. That's the analogy there. So let's keep going. Let's move on. So hopefully you've seen some gaps in your life that you want to work on. And for me, this is always a really healthy audit that gets me to sit up and think, oh gosh, there's things that I need to do. So one of the things I have done, for example, I've been saying for years, I want to increase my meditation and my spirituality. And this year, we've been doing more of that, Anita and I. In fact, we did some meditation this morning as well. So let's move on then. Know your outcome. If you don't know your outcome, how do you know what to do? So I'll give you the example I always give of Alice in Wonderland. How many of you have read Alice in Wonderland? When Alice is walking down the path, she comes to a crossroads and it's left or right, and she doesn't know whether to go left or right. So she looks up in the trees, she sees a Cheshire Cat, and she says to the Cheshire Cat, should I go left or right? Please advise me. And the Cheshire Cat says, well, tell me where you're going and I'll tell you which turning to take. And she says, well, I don't know where I'm going. And then he responds to that, well, in that case, it doesn't matter, left or right. And that's just the truth for us as well, is that when we know what our outcomes are, what our destination is, we can then know whether we should be turning left or right. And that's really, really important. It's almost like if you got on a plane and the pilot said he didn't know where he was going, you'd quickly get off that plane, right? But often, we're the pilots of our own life, and sometimes we're kind of an autopilot, or we don't know where we're heading. And today is really about getting very clear about our destination, our journey. So, what do you really want? Yeah, really important. What do you really want? Because often, we say we want things, but we don't want them, or we say things and we're not committed. And I'm going to get Anita to very quickly share something that she wanted and she made happen.
Thank you, Vanish. So some of you may know I released my first book in 2019, at the end of 2019, and it's something that I really wanted. I wanted to be an author. I was inspired by other authors and how, and I just wanted to know what it felt like to write a book. And so I came up with the idea, and together with my co-author, Asta Singhania, we put this book together of some very inspirational women, 15 women from Punjab, and the stories were collated together and we shared the stories with the world. And then I decided that I was going to start on my second book. So 2 years ago, I set about my next goal, which is to write my second book. It took 2 years to write. It's now published on Amazon. And it's something that I worked extremely hard on with 21 Gujarati women living in Britain, making a huge difference to their lives and other people's lives too. Very, very inspirational. And here it is in my hand. So I knew exactly what I wanted. I was very, very clear about my why, the reasons for writing the book. And in last year's seminar, I shared quite deeply as to why I wanted to write. So for me, this was a really big achievement because no one in my family that I know of has written a book, and this is my second book, which was just launched about 3 weeks ago. It's available on Amazon, and this is a really big goal for me, and it's just been great to accomplish this goal. The level of fulfillment, satisfaction and happiness that I get from having achieved my goal is just absolutely incredible. The inner confidence that I have in myself, knowing that I've achieved my goal and I've done what I said what I was going to do. I've been my word. My integrity has been very high with achieving this book. So yeah, in all those areas, I'm very happy. I also set about setting 2 massive goals last year, which I managed to achieve quite well, I think. One was to do the personal development workshop with schools. And I had this vision that it was really important that young people had access to personal development, much like yourselves, and with people like Jermaine Harris and Tozin, which you saw at the videos at the beginning of the seminar. And I said about writing this program, which many, many schools have taken part in. And at the end of 2021, the program was delivered with around 5,000 students across a number of schools in the UK. So for me, that was another massive goal. It required a huge amount of hard work, persistence, and also bringing people together and sharing my goal with so many people so that it could happen. And the final goal that I really set my heart on doing was my podcast show, Relight Your Fire. And some of you may have been, I have interviewed already on my show, and it was, again, another great journey, a lot of fun, a lot of hard work. And with my producer, Arjun Shah, I was able to get 43 episodes out there available to everyone to listen to on all the various podcast platforms that there are. And my target was to do 100. Of course, I didn't reach my target, but I wasn't hard on myself. I reset my goal to do 57 more podcast shows to be releasing this year, so that by the end of 2022, I'll have 100 episodes out on my show. And yeah, and I'm just enormously proud of achieving my goals. And like I said earlier, you achieve a great sense of satisfaction, fulfillment and happiness because I knew exactly where I was going. And my activities, my daily activities were targeted on achieving these 3 goals in my professional life. So yeah, that's it really for me, Avnish, in terms of where I, how I used all these goal setting techniques in order to achieve some of these, really big things for me and these big accomplishments for my family as well, to be proud of me.
Absolutely. And I think just want to echo that these goals don't happen by accident, they happen by design, they happen with a lot of hard work. I know the effort that Anita's put into this book, the hours of editing and checking and rechecking to really get it right. And now it's become a bestseller on Amazon, and I'm really proud of you for having achieved that, as well as the podcasts. Again, you watched someone else you saw them do it, you said, I can do this. You then followed through with that. You got the technology in, you got the right people around you, people like Urjan and others. And when you have an idea, the world collaborates to help you if you're up for it. But it does take hard work and effort. None of this happens by accident. It happens through a lot of hard work. So well done.
Thank you.
And thanks for sharing that.
And learning from others has been really key. So many people have taught me so much so that I could achieve my goals. So do get other people to help you. Their advice, their wisdom. It's incredible how much people can help you in your lives.
Absolutely, and the difference you're going to make from the books.
It's a charity book, this, by the way.
people
So this will, the money that we raise from this, all author royalties, will go to fund a charity project in Gujarat. So please do help support my giving, my philanthropy, and be part of this journey with me.
Okay, good. Well, thank you for that. So we're going to write down the outcomes that you want to achieve in your life. So on pages 9 onwards, let me get my workbook. You have a whole list of sections now. So we've got, let me look at the time, about 10 minutes or so, 10 minutes, and then we'll come back and then we're going to get you set up for your vision board session as well. So have a look at the results that you want in your life, your health and well-being, your relationships, your learning and growth, your career, your school, if you're at school, spirituality, helping others. You saw that on the Wheel of Life. So this is to help you plug those gaps in the Wheel of Life, but to further enrich that. Fun and adventure, love, money and possessions. So you've got, and anything else, there's a section, if there's not in that list, you can write that down there. So we're going to give you about 10 minutes or so. If you can start scribbling away, we're going to play some music and really get, you've had the morning session now to really get you into a prime state. What is it you want? They're going to give you that holistic, rounded view about life. And start getting this on paper now, because that's going to help shape your vision board this afternoon. So we're going to give you about 10 minutes. If you've got questions, stick them up on the screen. If you've got anything you want to share, stick it up on the chat as well. And we're here to serve you, and we'll come back in 10 minutes. So let's start writing. And I'm going to do it with you. I'm going to write my goals as well. How are you guys doing? If you've still got stuff to fill out, you can carry on doing that. But whilst you're doing that, I just wanted to, we're almost to the time when we start doing the vision boards. But I wanted to give a couple of people just a little bit to share about how their journey of vision boards has gone. And we're going to take a few shares, and then we're going to get straight into the vision boards straight after that. So I've got, I think I had a request from Rita Chowdhury to share. She's been on a journey with her own family for a number of years doing vision boards, and if she's online, I just wanted to get just for a couple of quick minutes to share what the impact of having vision boards with her family have been. So hopefully she's there, she's listening, and if we can get her to unmute herself in the video. If not, there we go. So I think she's got the whole family there. There you go. You can all, if you can unmute, request to unmute, and then my team at the back, please, can you send a request to Rita Chowdhury to unmute? Can you put your hand up, Rita, on the reaction, and then, oh, here we go, that's fine.
Okay.
Hi, Chowdhury family.
Hi, Anish, Anita. Just congratulations to you for doing an amazing job. We've been part of your journey from when you did the very first vision board. Was that 5-6 years ago?
8 years ago now.
8 years ago, wow, yeah. So thank you for sharing all your wisdom, techniques and practices. What we've taken on board is the goal setting. That's really been powerful for us as a family. Being a business coach, you know, it's a part of what I would do with clients. But what we were inspired by when we looked at what you did is very much incorporate the whole family into it. So we do our annual goal setting. We have a family holiday every January. And we spend one day where we do exactly what you said, the wheel of life. We grade ourselves in all those areas of our lives and share with each other where we are. And the powerful thing about doing it with the family is these are the people that love us and provide us unconditional support. So they really challenge you. You know, it could be if we've rated ourselves, for example, one of my low ratings, this would be on health and well-being. My family would say, right, well, actually, you've been a bit harsh on yourself. You have grown in some areas, so don't grade yourself low. It's not 4 out of 10. It perhaps is 6 out of 10. And what can you do to make that better? So I think having those 5 heads challenge you, bringing more accountability, bringing in support has been really powerful. I mean, we do have gratitude for where we are now. You know, might have got to 4, that been from 2 last year, but where can we improve? And I think the family are a great support system to hold us accountable. And I think that the family are here, so they can perhaps share how it's worked for us. I mean, it's good to do with friends. It's good to do with even younger children, but, you know, just water it down a little. We do ours annually, and then we do quarterly reviews. So we have our check-in and see we're on the right track and if we can support each other. I don't know, Anya, do you want to share one of yours that how the family goal settings really help?
Yeah, I think keeping each other accountable is really important, but also by having other people there to kind of check in on what your goals are and challenge them is really helpful, and bring in fresh ideas that you might not have thought of about different ways to approach your goals. So I know one for me this year, looking at career, I'm going to be finishing university this year, I'll be graduating. So actually finding a mentor was a goal of mine, and sharing that with the family. They came back and said, actually, we can help you in that goal by reaching out to people that we know and see if there's anyone who could help you on that career journey. And I think sharing that is so powerful. And within a day, I had found a mentor that I could go back and have a conversation with about helping me progress in my career. So I think having other people to talk to you about your goals is a really powerful way of enhancing them.
Yeah, hi.
I think one piece of advice that I would give, and I think it's really helped me personally, is coming to the goal setting with an idea of some of the areas that you'd like to focus on. So in my particular case, I was keen to just share with the family and get some input on the health side. Now, I think like most people have sort of got a target in the first week of January to lose a bit of weight. And by the third week of January, that goal tends to go out the window. So mine wasn't just about sort of the losing the weight bit, but it was more a part in terms of getting input from the rest of the family, the rest of the team, in terms of what actions I should take. And the sort of actions that I was sort of encouraged to take, which I think was really good, which I necessarily wouldn't have had taken myself, is first of all, get a fitness instructor as a PT to do some regular, get someone who would develop my sort of more muscle type thing rather than just doing cardio work, and then and getting someone who could help in terms of my diet as well. So I think all of these areas are very important. And I think the other thing, the other two elements which I think are really, really important, is once you've got input from other members of the family, you write the actions. You then, once you've written those actions, share what you're going to do. And then when you come back in a month's time and say, right, okay, have you got your PT instructor? How many times is she or he working with you? What have you done in terms of your diet? What changes you made? And then you become accountable for the actions. So the result of that is that your goals don't finish at the end of January. They're an accountable one where you come back to them every month and say, right, this is the action we're taking. So in that particular case, health was an important one for me, and the rest of the family gave me a lot of input in terms of achieving those targets, which I'm going to carry on with throughout 2022.
Great, thank you for sharing that. Reece, did you want to just very quickly share? Don't leave you out.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Avnish and Anita, for doing this seminar every year. I know you do this out of the goodness of your heart, and yeah, we really appreciate that. And I know you share with so many people. I think over 1,000 people last year, probably similar this year. So I know it makes an impact on so many people's lives. But yeah, for me, I think I'll just echo what the family said. I think what's really good about, the message you're spreading and, what we do with our families, like, we're collaborative with other families, obviously, Avnish uncle and Anita auntie here in Dubai. So we, be sharing our own kind of goals for the year. And Simran, she's here as well in the background. So I'm sure you'll hear from her later. But I think for me, it's always about pushing the goals a little bit further when you're around people. I think there's got the objective of pushing and having that grand vision. Often you'll come with a very, I want to focus on a very specific element of my life. It might be your career or health or, and I think, for the family, they often provide feedback around, setting those goals to a higher level, like, having those crazy, audacious goals and allowing you to dream a little bit bigger. And I think when you're around people who allow you to do that, you set goals which may not push you outside of your comfort zone. And I think for me, that's the most important thing and also having kind of SMART goals, which are specific, measurable, attainable, time, then you just have that accountability as well. And if you put something out into the world, even though it might be a crazy vision, especially with the vision board stuff, you just got it out there and people will collaborate with you to make that happen. And I think that's the thing that you take most of it. And, seeing it every day and being living and breathing, even in small ways, I think really important for the start of the year. So I think that's things that I've taken from it. And
great.
I think the vision board and stuff you'll do later will be very powerful.
Great. Thank you to Chowdhury family for sharing that. That's really, really useful. Hope you found that useful. Some of you might be thinking, I wish my children were here. I wish my partner was here. How many of you are feeling like that you wish someone else was with you by your side right now? Yeah. All I'd say is it's a journey. It's a process. It takes time. You've got to start with one step at a time. Getting people enrolled into this stuff is not straightforward. People don't always see the value and the benefit. And you have to start gently, bit at a time, getting people involved and enrolled in this. So today's maybe a bit of a reminder of the things that we neglect. So in my when I was doing my goals, I was like, how do I get more connected to my family? How do I get them more engaged? And it doesn't start with come on a seminar with me, because they're going to do their usual thing of saying, I'm busy. So it starts with that relationship from the beginning. Before we start the vision boards, just one more quick share. Simran, you wanted to share, I know you did a great share last year about that, and you really helped a lot of young people. So you're on the line. So Simran, do you want to just very quickly share some of the things you shared last year, because I think were really powerful?
Sure. Yeah, so I'm Simran, I'm 24, my dad, Avnish is my dad. So actually I've been doing vision boards since the age of 14, I think was when we discovered it. And at that age, I had a few goals that I wrote down on a piece of paper, and we all did it as a family. And one of those goals was to become a doctor, which I am now. And just looking back on that journey, I think one of the things is with the goal setting, you can focus on the goal and you focus on it when you have the vision board and it's up on your board and you're focusing on it every day. I think one of the things that vision boards help me do is enjoy the journey as well. So you can be really focused on achieving the goal, but I think it just helps to, when you look at it every day and you have the mantras going in your head about why you're doing it, and it putting on your vision board, it's like a little trigger to remember what you're doing and why. Because I probably could have become a doctor maybe without it, but the vision board helps in so many ways. Life is about happiness and meaning, and creating that meaning through what you do and why. So I think that's one of the things that the vision boards really help with. One thing I shared last year was that the goals don't always have to be specific, measurable and achievable. So for me, one of the goals was to become more self-expressed, which I set as a goal when I was younger, because I know that sometimes I could be more, less self-expressed, maybe more shy. But having those softer goals and putting those on your vision board as well, I think are really important. And just reminding you how you want to show up in the world as well. And the last thing I'll just say is on gratitude. I know we've spoken a lot about that so far in the vision board session, but that was one thing that year that I did a lot, and definitely want to carry on doing more of, because when you've had a hard day and then you look at your vision board and your goals and you remember why you're doing it, say as a doctor now, with the pandemic and understaffing, you get back after a long day, and I probably complain a lot, as my family and boyfriend know. But I think remembering to be looking at your bigger purpose, why you're doing it, and also doing the gratitude exercise. If you do the gratitude exercise every day for 7 days and stop doing it, I feel like your year would change, just because you changed that cognitive switch to focus on good things that happen in life. So I think that's one thing, that a commitment also that I'm going to put out to the world, that I'm going to do a lot more of this year, is get back into doing gratitude exercise.
Great. Simran, thank you for, make sure the mic's on. Thank you for sharing that. I know you shared a lot of other stuff last time as well about your grades and how you initially were scared of, you put down 7 A stars, and then you said, I said to you, why have you put 7? And you put 11, and then you got 11 A stars. Things like that, where you aimed higher than you thought you could aim for, and you felt the fear and were not scared to fail. And it gave you a target to go for. I'm not saying everyone's going to get 11 A stars, by the way, so
I think
your children's, but
Dad told me to put that down on the vision board, and I at the time I was like, no, I don't want to put that down, because I'm just going to be disappointed if I don't get it. But that's not what the vision board is about. You can set big goals, and it's not about making you feel like, it's just about doing your best, really, and reminding yourself of why you're doing it every day. So
great. Thanks, Simran, for sharing that. And sometimes you'll surprise yourself when you set that big goal, you actually achieve it. And as we said, it's not about the goal, it's about who you become on that journey for the goal. So Simran, thank you very much for sharing that. And we're going to now move on, because we are now come up to the, and we're going to move that on as well. So setting goals is the first step to turning the invisible into the visible. So what we're doing here is we're making what was invisible visible by making that a goal. So what we're going to do, let's just very quickly, having it all. So one of the things that you might be going through right now is that greedy? You know, if I want all these different things, does that mean I'm greedy? It doesn't mean anything. It's whatever you're going to make it mean. So if you say, so who says you can't have it? If you believe you can't, that will be your truth. And if you believe you can, that will become your truth as well. So it really is about you dreaming about what's possible with everything that you've heard so far. So now comes the time to get creative and get excited, because now is the time when you get to create your vision boards. Hopefully you've got a piece of paper and your magazines and your glue and your scissors. This is the exciting time when you get to create your vision boards. So we're going to give you about an hour and 15, 20 minutes. We'll come back at, what is it now, 1:30, 1:12. I'm trying to do the translation here. At 3:30, is that right? What's it now? 2:30. Yeah, we're going to come back at 2:30. I got the translation wrong there. So 2:30, and we'll get an opportunity to share our vision boards, and then we're going to go through the most important part of how do you turn what you've put on your vision boards into reality. So please make sure that you get a bite to eat, start your vision boards. Don't worry if you haven't finished it. There's no right way or wrong way of doing it. We're actually going to play a 1-minute video now about the vision board that we did, and then once we've done that, please stay online. Just mute your, or you can switch your videos off, or you can keep them on. If you want people to see what you're doing, that's fine as well. But stay online. If you've got questions, we're here to help support you through it. We're going to be here right the way throughout. And enjoy the next session, and we'll see you back at 2:30 with your vision boards, partially or virtually complete, and we'll give you an opportunity to share. And if you've got any questions about it, then you can ask us questions on the chat as well. And we can play that 1-minute video of us making that vision board, and then you're free then after that to carry on and make your vision boards, and just start cutting things out, words and pictures of the things that you'd like in your life. So can we play the video?
Powerful. There really is an eye-opener. Powerful.
Awesome. Inspirational.
Transformational.
Thought-provoking. Inspirational. Oh, this is education. This is stuff that should be mainstream. This should be taught at schools. This is safe and it's fun, and what you get from it is phenomenal.
Okay, so without further ado then, you've seen the last live session I think that we did before we had to go virtual. So you've got an hour and 15 minutes or so, lots of time to start creating your vision board, and then we'll come back after that and really look at all the systems and the processes that will turn your vision board into reality, because that's one of the biggest questions that people ask. But how do I keep this going throughout the year? I create these wonderful vision boards, and how do I keep that momentum going? And that's the stuff that we're going to work on when you come back. So see you at 2:30. We're around, and yeah, enjoy your lunch, but make sure that you get on with your vision boards, and see you soon.
I don't know what that dream is that you have. I don't care how disappointing it might have been as you've been working toward that dream. That dream that you're holding in your mind, that it's possible. That some of you already know that it's hard. It's not easy. It's hard changing your life. That in the process of working on your dreams, you are going to incur a lot of disappointment, a lot of failure, a lot of pain. There are moments when you're going to doubt yourself and say, God, why is this happening to me? I'm just trying to take care of my children and my mother. I'm not trying to steal or rob from anybody. Why did this have to happen to me? For those of you that have experienced some hardships, don't give up on your dream. There are rough times are going to come, but they have not come to stay. They have come to pass.
Greatness is not this wonderful, esoteric, elusive, God-like feature that only the special among us will ever taste. You know, it's something that truly exists in all of us.
It's very important for you to believe that you are the one. Most people, they raise a family, they earn a living, and then they die. They stop growing, they stop working on themselves, they stop stretching, they stop pushing themselves. That a lot of people like to complain, but they don't want to do anything about their situation. And most people don't work on their dreams. Why? One is because of fear. The fear of failure. What if things don't work out? And the fear of success. What if they do and I can't handle it? These are not risk takers.
You spend so much time with other people. You spend so much time trying to get people to like you. You know other people more than you know yourself. You studied them. You know about them. You want to hang out like them. You want to be just like them. And you know what? You've invested so much time in them, you don't know who you are. I challenge you to spend time by yourself.
It's necessary that you get the losers out of your life if you want to live your dream. But people who are running toward their dreams, life has a special kind of meaning.
When you become the right person, what you do is you start separating yourself from other people. You begin to have a certain uniqueness. As long as you're following other people, as long as you're being a copycat, you will never ever be the best copycat in the world. But you will be the best you could be. I'm challenging you to define your value.
That everybody won't see it. That everybody won't join you, that everybody won't have the vision. It's necessary to know that you are an uncommon breed. It's necessary that you align yourself with people and attract people into your business who are hungry, people who are unstoppable and unreasonable, people who are refusing to leave life just as it is and who want more. The people that are living their dream of finding winners to attach themselves to. The people that are living their dreams are the people that know that if it's going to happen, it's up to them.
If you want to be more successful, if you want to have and do stuff you ain't never done before, number two, I'm asking you to invest in you. To invest in you.
Someone's opinion of you does not have to become your reality. That you don't have to go through life being a victim. And even though you face disappointments, you have to know within yourself that I can do this. Even if no one else sees it for me, I must see it for myself.
This is what I believe, and I'm willing to die for it. Period.
No matter how bad it is or how bad it gets, I'm going to make it.
I want to represent an idea. I want to represent possibilities.
And some of you right now, you want to be, you know what I'm saying, you want to go to the next level. I want to counsel, you know, I want to be an engineer, I want to be a doctor. Listen to me, you can't get to that level. You can't get to the level economically where you want to be until you start investing in your mind. You're not reading books. I'm challenging y'all to go to conferences. I dare you to invest time. I dare you to be alone. I dare you to spend an hour getting to know yourself. When you become who you are, when you become the person that you were created to be, designed to be who you were designed to be, when you become an individual, what you do is you take yourself and you start separating yourself from other people. I'm telling you to get to a place where people don't like you, it don't even bother you no more. Why? Because you're not concerned with trying to make them happy, because you're trying to blow up. You're trying to get to the next level. I need you to invest in your mind. Invest in your mind. If you still talk about your dream, if you still talk about your goal, but you have not done anything, just take the first step.
That you can make your parents proud, you can make your school proud, you can touch millions of people's lives, and the world will never be the same again because you came this way. Don't let nobody steal your dream. After we face a rejection and a no, or we have a meeting and no one shows up, or somebody say, you can count on me, and they don't come through. What if we have that kind of attitude? The car's repossessed. Nobody believes in you. You've lost again and again and again. The lights are cut off, but you're still looking at your dream, reviewing it every day, and say to yourself, it's not over until I win. You can live your dream.
Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you've had a great session, making your vision boards, having a bit of lunch as well. Some of you have been flashing up your vision boards on the screen, so it was great to see some of those. So what we're going to do, whilst waiting for people to come back online and to share their cameras, what we're going to do is, wait a minute, we've been asked to move somewhere, okay. We're going to ask a few people to share their vision boards. So we've got a few minutes. We've got an hour and a half to get through all of this material now. So who would like to share their vision board? Raise your hands and we'll bring you up to the screen and get you to share your vision board. So just looking up on the screen. And if you've joined us now, if you can share your cameras, then we know you're back with us. That would be really good for the last session if you're participating as well. So have we got anybody who wants to share their vision board? Dylan, I think, is that right? Yeah, there we go. Dylan, can we unmute Dylan? He's going to be sharing his vision board.
Can't hear you, Dylan. I'm not sure if it's speaking.
Can you get our mics up? One sec, Dylan. Sorry, we can't hear you on our mics.
So this is my vision board.
Yeah.
That's good, Dylan.
We can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So the reason why I put a car here is because I'm 16 and I can't wait till I'm 17 so I can start learning how to drive. And I think that will give me, as a teenager, that will give me a lot of independence. So I don't need to nag dad and mum to drive me around everywhere.
Okay.
The reason why I put a guitar down is because I'm learning how to play the guitar. So that's something that I'd like to be able to do this year. I'd like to be able to play the guitar without any issues or without any problems. Good. The reason why I put this public speaking stand here is because something that I'm really passionate about is public speaking. And I'd love to be the head boy at St. John's.
Wow,
so that's something that I'm looking forward to and I'm trying to pursue. And then I think this is very important, is pointing to the left old way and right new way. And no matter what you've done in the past, there's always room for improvement and you can always look to the new way. So I think that's something that we could all take as a note and that we could all improve on ourselves. That's something we could always be doing. I put this down, this homelessness, because this is something my dad has told me about. We're hoping to do a charity called Do Good. And it's about us trying to help the homeless people that are on the street sleeping. So that's something I'd like to get involved in and help dad with this charity.
Fabulous.
And then I want to eat a bit more healthier because I think, us Indians, we like eating the jevro every day and that's not good for us. So I think eating some green apples once in a while is good.
How do you know about me and my eating habits?
And then also I put about the final grade. I'd like to achieve A's in all my A levels. And that's something that I would like, that's the goal that I'm achieving for. And then I put some other things like lifeguarding. I'm doing lifeguarding. So recently I just achieved my bronze award. So that's something I'm proud of and I'm looking to train for my silver award.
That's incredible,
so yeah,
lifeguarding.
That's it. Thank you.
Wow, some amazing, ambitious goals there, Dylan. Great, thank you for sharing that. Hopefully you've inspired others who are doing their vision boards what's possible.
I've got a question for Dylan, actually. Dylan, you have put all these amazing things on your things that you want to achieve. What would you feel like if you achieved those? So look at day 1, 2023, January the 1st, and you're looking through your vision board and you're looking at all the things you've achieved. Just imagine you achieve everything. How would it feel for you? Dylan, the question is for you.
Oh, Dylan's been muted. Can we unmute Dylan?
Yeah, so I think there's always room for improvement. So no matter what, if I achieve all my goals, that's something amazing. And I'd love for that, because it's just about improving myself as a person. And then next year, again, I do another vision board until there's a time when I can say, right, I've achieved all my goals. And when I'm in my old age, I can look back at all the vision boards I've done and I can say, right, I've ticked this goal off. I've ticked this goal off. So I think, yeah, that's something I'm looking forward to doing.
What have you achieved in the last 2 years of your vision board?
Fantastic.
Oh, right. So in the last, in the last 2 years, so in the last 2 years of my vision board, I remember putting down, I wanted to get my second dan in karate.
Okay.
And then because lockdown happened, and it was quite difficult. So I trained very hard through lockdown. Then I passed my grading. So I became a second dan, which was near my birthday. So it was a nice gift. And also I became the youngest second dan in the whole of St. Albans. So it was quite a nice achievement.
That's incredible. That's at school, right?
That's amazing. Dylan, can we give everybody, can everybody give Dylan a massive round of applause for that?
Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent stuff.
Fab. Okay, I've got a couple of more participants. Is that Zilal? We can unmute Zilal and we'll take the share.
Zilal, where are you from? Where are you from, Zilal?
I mean, I was born in London, but my parents from Turkey.
Okay, Turkey,
So-
right. Thank you. Right,
Okay.
let's see your vision board, because I've seen it on the screen. You've been busy working on your vision board, cutting pictures out.
Yes, so I'm not really finished with mine.
That's okay.
But it looks very empty at the moment. But I've done something like this, but I'm gonna like fill it up more.
Fantastic.
So here on the bottom there, here, I wrote down that I want to get A stars and in my reports and get focus in my studies and everything.
Fantastic.
I'm going to be doing my Duke of Edinburgh Bronze Award this year because my school allows us to do that. I want my health and everyone's health to be good, like in life. I really want to move to a new house and like nice house. And I want to go to Adele's concert.
Okay.
And someone on the chat said like to write like a ladder or something, to draw like a ladder to like go up your, like to do all your goals. So I just drew a ladder as well.
I love
But
that. I
I'm
love
not
the ladder
really
idea.
finished.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's
I
really
don't know.
good. And look, you can spend the next week just working on it, adding pictures, adding words, adding quotes that really inspire you, because this is the start of something fantastically great for your life. And I'm sure, Zilal, when you're older, you'll be doing this with your children and your grandchildren, and really inspiring them to make this, because it's so work. Stick to some of the things that we're going to say to you this afternoon and ensuring that you end up meeting your goals and your vision board comes true. Thank you, Zilal.
Great, thank you.
Thank
Give her a round of applause, everyone. That's brilliant. Okay, and we're going to talk more about how you achieve those goals, because one thing is putting it on your vision board, then the next is how you make it happen. Let's take two final quick shares, one from Tasneem and one from Nihal, and then we're going to move on to the next session. So Tasneem, can we unmute?
Yeah.
Tasneem? Here we go.
Sure. So I actually did my vision board on Pinterest. I don't know if you can see it.
Oh, Pinterest.
This is the first time this was actually Azim's idea, actually, because it helped with the kids doing it. So I'll talk you through some of the stuff. So one of the things I'd really like to do, because I'm really involved a lot in diversity and inclusion, one of the things I'd like to take forward, and this is partly because of my son, who's got dyspraxia, is I'd really like to take the topic of neurodiversity and make some changes and make people realize that just because someone's got neurodiversity doesn't mean they won't be successful. So I want people to see it as a superpower, because I myself have actually learned so many skills from my son. So just from my experience with him, I want to do something around that. And then a few other goals are, you know, my daughter's got 11 plus as well. So I want to make sure she's successful in that. And by success, what I mean is that she's happy with the school she ends up with, and she ends up in a school that's right for her. So that's quite a big thing happening this year. And then a few other things, I've got quite a lot here, but also kind of just progressing more within my organization. I've got some goals around that. And then I'd really like to take up some fitness. I'm really bad at exercise. So one thing I'd like to focus on is getting some muscle. So that would be good, toning up. And then waking up at 5 a.m. I used to do this a while back, and I've kind of slipped out on that. And then again, also eating more healthily. Like my eating isn't too bad, but I think it could be a lot better, like when I look at where I was 2 years ago. So those are some of my goals. And then, of course, the goal for Shaquille as well, to help him with his ongoing progress and to kind of help him grow in confidence academically. So yeah, I hope that helps.
Oh, wow. That's amazing, Tasneem. It's great to see your journey. Let's give Tasneem a round of applause first. Also, I see people clapping.
Thank you. And actually, sorry, I forgot to mention one piece, actually, something I wanted to share, actually. I think Avnish and Anita, you probably remember this, like the first time I met you was when you'd come to our house because you're obviously doing some stuff with my husband. But I remember it was the first time I met Avnish and Anita, and my husband said to me, oh, actually, you should talk to them. They're really inspiring. And I was honestly just so taken aback, like the pieces of advice that Avnish and Anita gave me that one time, they didn't have to help me, like just in terms of like some obstacles I had in my way around leadership and being an Indian and being female in the workplace, in the corporate workplace. I think that actually really started off my whole leadership journey. So huge thank you to you both, and your vision boards have helped us all as a family.
Tasneem, thank you for that. And funny enough, I was just thinking of that day we came to your house because you wanted to do that catering with your husband, and that amazing conversation we started, and it's all gone from there. So funny enough, I was just thinking of that myself, how one step at a time, and look where that's led our journey to.
And how you've also grown as a person, and also in your organisation, because you've been very successful in your role in the workplace as well, and really you're a mover and shaker, and I know you're a very inspirational woman. So thank you, Tasneem, for being part of our journey and being part of our life as well.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so
much. Great stuff. Thanks, Tasneem. Right, let's move on. We've got Nihal, if you can unmute, and then we'll take a share. Let's move that way. In the more middle. There you go.
Hi there.
Hi.
Hi, this is, first of all, I want to thank my friend Shivani for introducing me to this, because I think it's been an amazing experience, and, just to realign yourself to start the new year. I think the main thing I want to share is that, once you grow old, you forget to be a child. And I think my son keeps reminding me that, Mama, you work too much, you don't have fun. So I think today has been an encouragement to go back to my childhood. So I think my poster is full of stickers and full of childish things.
It's amazing.
Mum.
That is
amazing.
That's a lot of fun, for sure.
So I think I just want to concentrate on more balancing myself and doing my meditation, on exercising, getting my food right, getting my stuff. I want to conquer myself at the end of the year and do a lot of creative stuff. I love painting and the piano, and I want to do that a lot in this year, which I've not done for the last few years. I want to be a fun mom with no anger and no shouting at all in the house, which is going to be the biggest task in the world. And my son and I both love writing, so I think I want to write a book with him where we come together with different thoughts, ideas, and experiences. I haven't finished it, but I think this is something that I feel. I just hope I can get back to the child in me.
That is amazing. That is such an amazing vision board, and the passion that you delivered that with. And I think one of the key things I see with this is that what the Wheel of Life and what this event allows us all to do, including ourselves actually, because we're in this with you, is to get to look at all your areas of life and just see the areas that you've stopped focusing on and get that focus back in those areas, because it's really important. It's not always urgent, but it's really important for the long term. So it's great to see that you've got that. And we're learning from you as well, because I want to bring a bit more fun back into my life. Sometimes everything gets so serious because we're so busy achieving our goals. So great. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. And all right, we've got one final share. We're going to squeeze in, is that?
Sina.
Yeah, it's our friend Eleanor, isn't it?
Eleanor,
isn't it?
Yeah.
Hi, Eleanor.
Hi.
Nice to see you again.
Am I unmuted? Yes, good to see you guys. I nearly cried when you said it's not going to happen. The whole family, we joined this for a few years. It's amazing. We haven't done yet. We're still quite busy trying to finish off,
Look at that.
putting them all together. But the biggest thing for me this year was when our daughter Eden looked at her vision board for the first time since last year, this time. And then she went through it and realized, even without going to consult it, she had achieved everything on it.
That is amazing.
And it was just like, oh, I did that. I did that. I did that. And it was just that excitement. And actually, I went to mine maybe twice in 2021. And then didn't see it for the longest of time because we've been doing up our home and it was tucked away somewhere, and I had to look for them to prepare for today. And again, it was just really good to see from a business point of view, family, there were charitable things that I wanted to do. But what stuck the most was when you talked about the thinking that once it's planted in your head, you may not see yourself doing it through the year, but you're actually doing things that you planned today. In creating your vision board. I was doing a lot of gardening, but it was predominantly flowers, and with my siblings, there's a lot of growing of fruit, and there was competitions, and I never used to grow anything to eat. And in my last vision board, I did put about growing things that you eat, but I forgot that I put that. But last year, I ate, and I'm still eating from things that I grew, and I didn't register it, that I put it on my vision board, and I did. So I'm very grateful for this vision board and goal setting. I'm grateful to know you guys. There's so many in different elements as a husband and wife. There's so many things that families would learn. From Anita, a woman, just learning from charitable stuff that we have had meetings about, and you've supported me and family and a lot of other women, I think. And then Avnish from the care sector, and so many different things that I've learned and seen. And as a couple, then this where, I've got a blended family from previous marriage, and then just, I've learned a lot. And then the vision board, it all just makes sense. And I just wanted to come and share gratitude and encourage people that are on here. I've spoken about this before. My childhood best friend is here today. So I'm really happy. And keep doing what you do, guys, and 2022 will be even better.
Great. Ella, thank you so much for sharing that. And that's why we were so committed to making this happen on the day that we said we would make it happen. The easy option was to change it and make it easier, but we decided to take the plunge and make it happen. And I'm so glad we did, because we're just having an absolute blast. Thank you so much for sharing that. And it's great to see your whole family there and the difference that you're making as well.
Do send us a picture of your whole family sitting around the table doing the vision boards. I think it's so powerful to share that, because it's not just one person registered, it's actually all your family members, your 4 or 5 children and husband and partners. It's just incredible the influence that, Ellen, you're having on your children. And they're very lucky to have you, a great mother like you, in their lives.
Great, thank you. And keep sharing in the chat. I'm seeing the stuff that's going on in the chat room where you're acknowledging each other, and keep sharing that, because that's really powerful. It shows your generosity and your gratitude, but also gets you involved and interactive with this workshop. So thank you for that sharing. That's been really, really great. What you could do, actually, just for 30 seconds, if everyone wants to, whoever's done a vision board, can you just hold it up? If you've got one in front of you, just hold up your vision board, and so other people can see what you've done, so they know that everyone's been busy. And also I can see that you were not just having lunch, that you were actually doing your homework. So
thanks, Sophia, James. Incredible.
Fabulous.
see everybody's. Annie's, Maya's. Wow, Maya,
I'm
love
impressed.
yours. Very,
And if you haven't got your camera on, then there's a good chance, the opportunity to switch it on. There you go. You can see on the screen.
Oh, you can see us, yeah.
There you go.
Neha. Wonderful.
Wonderful.
Really
Give
good,
yourselves a
Neha.
massive round of applause, everyone.
Incredible.
That's been brilliant. So
Really
I'm going to give
good.
you a round of applause.
Well done.
Right, okay, so let's keep moving because we've got a few things to cover. So the next section is about action, because ultimately, you know, it's great having a vision board, and as you know, Eleanor said, some things will just happen because they're in your mind now, they're in your subconscious mind. Even if you don't look at the vision board again, you've made a commitment, you said it's going to happen, and the world and you know, society and everything will come together and conspire to make it happen, and think magic will absolutely happen. And then the things that you're going to take action on, like you're not going to get 11 A stars without taking some action. You're not going to turn up to the exam room and smash the A stars. So some of it is going to require the action, but it's how do you get to take the action without it being a huge effort, because that's always the challenge. So let's have a look, because one of the key things I said earlier, it's about making small incremental changes. Often what we try to do is say, I've got to do an hour of revision, I've got to do an hour in the gym or of yoga or whatever, instead of saying, you know, I'll just do 5 minutes, right? Because we do one or the other, like all or nothing. And one of the things that we've got to start doing is making those habits of, and we'll talk more about that later, of let's just keep making those changes, even if they're small. Don't give it up, and long term, you'll see the benefit of that. So for each of the goals on your vision board, you need to take action. And what we're going to do is we're going to get you to take action on one of your goals. So pick one goal, and we're going to take you to page 16 on your workbook. And we're going to quickly whiz you through filling this out. Just by the way, it's absolutely chucking it down here.
Yeah.
You know, like I said, Dubai hardly ever rains, and of all the days, it had to really rain hard today. But anyway, so page 16, let's have a look. Anita, do you want to take everyone through what they need to do for this next bit?
Sure, yeah. So look, even if you haven't got the booklet, you can do it on a piece of paper, it's totally fine. So the first thing you need to write down is, what is your goal? So just pick any one goal. In fact, probably to pick the one that's going to be the most challenging for you, the one that you think will be the hardest for you to achieve, and the one where you accomplish it at the end of the year, you'll feel like, wow, I did that. I'm just incredible for doing that, for achieving that. So I think the best way is to pick the most difficult goal and write that down. Just write down a sentence to describe what that goal is. And then once you've done that, you can then start thinking about, why do you want to achieve this goal? Why is it an absolute must that you must achieve this goal? What will it do for you? What will it open up for you? You know, how will you feel when you achieve this goal? What's going to drive you to get up in the morning and push you towards doing the activities that will help you to work towards achieving this goal? Remember, it's the small steps, the small, tiny, small steps that you take every single day, and you take them consistently. So why is it that you need to achieve this particular goal? Now, to help you along this, I'll give you a bit of an example. So even the examples are in the booklet, I'm sure they are, but I'll share one with you anyway. So let's just choose one goal here, to be more adventurous. Okay, what does that mean? Obviously the goal is too vague, but if I wanted to be more specific with this goal, I could say to do one thing every week being adventurous. That's far more specific and a bit more clearer. So I know every week I've got to do something that's adventurous, something that I define as being adventurous. Or if you really want to be very specific, I want to climb Mount Kilimanjaro in July 2022, for instance. So let's take a look at why I'd want to achieve this goal. So I want to achieve this goal because I want to create excitement and have new experiences to help open my mind, to have fun and see new things and be exhilarated and meet new people, to explore the world, to help connect with different ideas that resonate with my character and help me expand my knowledge and deepen my understanding about different aspects of life. That's a pretty strong why. And that's the kind of why that will get you up out of bed, making preparations to, for example, climbing Mount Kilimanjaro, because that's no easy task. It's a big, big goal. And if you have your why and you have clarity on your why, it's more desirable for you to get up every day and to do something towards meeting that goal. Otherwise, you'll disengage from the goal. So really be specific about your goal, in that everything that you do, you're so compelled to do it, that the why is so strong and so powerful that doing the activities to meet the goal becomes easier. It's not going to become a sacrifice, because the goal you select is something that you really want. And when you really want something, you're going to love doing it anyway. So when you've explored the why, in fact, should I give people a minute to do that, to explore the why you really want that goal? You all happy for me to carry on? Not yet? Okay, let's move on. The next thing you need to look at is, how will you achieve the goal? Who do you need to be? So there could be some skills that you need to acquire, or some character traits that you need to put in place. For example, you may need to be more disciplined, or you may need to be more committed, more dedicated, or you may need to manage your time better in order to do the activities to meet your goal. So for example, in this about climbing Mount Kilimanjaro, how can this be achieved? Well, I'll try new and different experiences every week. For example, sorry, no, that doesn't quite fit in with Mount Kilimanjaro, but I'm talking about being adventurous here. So an example of that could be being adventurous, buying and eating different food, or trying a new hairstyle, or trying a new activity with new friends, or trying something that's completely new out of your environment, for example, reading a different genre of book, reading a different style of book that will enhance your level of thinking, and even visiting a new place or trying out a new activity, as I mentioned. So that's going back to the goal of how you can be more adventurous. And then, who are you being? Who will you become, and who you're being whilst you're doing this? So for example, you're being more authentic, you're being more open-minded, you're embracing new thinking, you're being an active learner, you're being more self-aware and reflective, you're being valued, and you're being compassionate. And these are really important to help ground you in your character and your personality, and actually create your new being, a way of being as well. Because it could be like Dylan mentioned earlier, he talked about the old way and the new way. And I think that's really powerful. How do you transform from the old way to a new way? It could be that you need to implement new habits in order to embrace some of the new ways. And sometimes change is harder, because where you try to implement some new activities or some new ways of doing things, you'll probably feel very uncomfortable. And the more uncomfortable you feel with the activities that you're doing, that's where the greatest growth will happen. The greatest growth will happen. Like they say, where there's no pain, there's no progress. I'm a great believer of that. I think you have to feel uncomfortable in the things that you want to achieve. So other things, other skills you may need to be more disciplined, more inquisitive, more organized, and more resourceful. So these character traits and who you're being are really powerful in driving you. You're intrinsically driving you to achieve your goal. Who do you need to involve is also very important, because it may be that there's some people that can really help you to achieve your goal. Write those names down. Who are those people? Who do you need to talk to? How will you talk to them? When will you talk to them? How will you make that happen? And also, who will be your mentors? I love this one, because mentors are really important people in your lives. And it could be a whole range of mentors. It doesn't have to be somebody you go to visit and they ask you questions, or they share your life with them, they share and give you advice. It could be a mentor from a book that you've read, a specific paragraph that you've read, an author that you love. It could be a non-fiction which helps to guide you and give you advice and some pearls of wisdom. And those kind of people are your mentors. So they could be alive today, or they may have lived many, many years ago, but yet their wisdom is shared in books. TED Talks is a great place to go to get some of that wisdom really, really quickly. And you can do that. Media is so accessible now that there's great resources out there in which you can learn from. So podcasts are one example, audibles as well, if you don't like to pick up and read a physical book. But there's so many ways in which you can get this wisdom and implement it into your life. So who are those people that you need to listen to, read about, and connect with, that will help you on your journey to achieving your goal? Now this next bit's really important. Who will hold you accountable? Because along the way we will trip up. Along the way we will forget about our goals. And this person could be your guide in life that will help you to recommit to your goals, so that when you do fall down and you don't do the activities that help support you for your goal, they're able to question you and why, and ask you and help you to be your greatest champion. So pick somebody who will be your greatest champion, but is also not fearful for giving you real, honest advice, and to help you to get back on track, and to give you the feedback and the criticism that you sometimes may need. So that, I think, is a really important section. Really select those people that will help you in achieving that goal. And finally, when do you need to achieve this goal by? Setting a timeline is really important. You may say, right, by 6 months, I need to be at this place, and by a year, I need to have completed the goal. So do take a look at that. By when? By when is really important, because otherwise the goal doesn't really have a structure. It could be that you end up rolling it on to the next year and the next year. They say that people set New Year's resolutions. I think it's something like 25% of New Year's resolution people abandon after 1 week. 60% of people abandon their New Year's resolutions after, say, 6 months. And they say that some people keep on doing the same New Year's resolution 10 times over, making promises that they're going to do something every single year and fail to do that. So do have a look at that. By when do you need to achieve your goal by? I hope that's been useful for you, and I hope that you'll be able to do and replicate the same process for your goal 2 and goal 3. You could do it for all of your goals. It's a powerful way to really give structure and to give your goals real meaning, because with a vision board, if you link it with goals, then it becomes more real and you can really go in. Now, one thing I do is I write my goals down in my red book. It's a journal, and every year I write it, and I check back in the same book to see how I'm getting along and how I'm moving towards the goal, and what action I need to take in order to completely meet that goal by the end of the year. So yeah, that's Avnish, is there anything more to add?
Yeah, hopefully you've been filling the boxes out whilst you've been listening to my beautiful wife. If you haven't, start filling out goal 1, and then there's a final bit, because I was just admiring her as she was talking, so I thought I'd just share that with you. So who will you become, which is a bonus question, which is not on the blurry slide that you can see there. It's who will you become? So when you achieve this goal, what kind of person will you be? What will you have needed? Remember I said earlier, it's not what you have in life, it's who you become in the process. So for goal number 1, if you can do that, I think I saw some people actually starting to fill it out. So hopefully we have people filling out their goal already, then we can move on. So
can we give people a few minutes to do that exercise, just to reflect on it, I think.
And then you, in your own time, replace the music, and then in your own time, you can do goals 2 and 3, and you can do that for all your goals, in fact. So this is just to kickstart you into taking that action. So let's play a bit of music and make sure that everyone has a time and opportunity
to go through that. And if there's any questions that come up from that as well, that would be good.
Fab.
So we'll give you a couple of minutes just to really think about your goal and to break it down in those steps, especially if you've got it either on the screen or in the booklet. Okay, we'll have some music, please.
Another 30 seconds or so just to finish you. So hear me? Nod if you can hear me. Yeah. People need more time? Or are they nearly there? If you need more time, just type in the chat. The batteries are run out. Can you hear me? Okay. So whilst we're waiting for people to finish, there's a couple of questions. Let's have a look. Can I be your mentor and coach? I'd love to. Unfortunately, I get a lot of those requests, just time permitting, but there are lots of groups that one should join, and we'll talk about that, where you can get mentoring, and business clubs are really good for that. What's one goal accomplished or achieved successfully has left you feeling that way, that way, that way? Yeah, we're not in the centre apparently. That's feeling most amazed and loved with this goal setting activity. One of the things that we said we wanted to do was spend more time abroad, and we've managed to do that by default. So, and also we've become international speakers now by speaking from Dubai to you. So that's another ambition of ours, speaking abroad. So we managed to do that as well, and there's probably loads more. Right, okay, so let's take one quick share then. Who would like to share what they've gone through in terms of the whole piece or any part of that?
Oh, before we go on, can we encourage everyone to switch their cameras on? That'd be good to see.
Yeah, for the last section, we've got about 50 minutes left, 45 minutes. If you can switch your cameras on, we'd love to see more of you.
Yeah, that would be great.
Please don't be shy, and it really does. So this last section energises us to the 4 o'clock finish that we're planning to have. So, I think Viral, you want to share? If you can unmute Viral, he's going to share his exercise in terms of goal and everything else.
Thank you, Avinash and Anita. In fact, I went the roundabout way with this vision card and went straight actually into goal 1, 2, and 3 and made many things in there, right? And the one which I would share is about spreading knowledge of tax and UK tax specifically. And why I want to achieve this goal is that there is this taboo, not just, I mean, UK tax is one of the things, but not just in the UK, but worldwide, that why should we pay tax? There's a mental tax block. Why should we put in tax returns early? And, you know, that's where I want to help. And I think the process you guys took through started pinging these things in my head where I can fit in. And the reason for doing this is that every country has a tax gap. And if we just look at the UK, the tax gap by how can we close it? And you know, one thing which you put forward is what is in our control, right? So with that all that in mind as well, and with this knowledge, so what will it achieve? And one of the things it would achieve is us as practitioners, us as professionals, if we start doing things on a timely basis as far as tax is concerned, then we put less stress on the country.
Sure.
So that was the whole thing. And what I need to do, how will I achieve this, is by delivering these online lectures, webinars. I'm already part of a very wide community of tax lecturers. What I need to be is more courageous, more proactive to see where the gaps are, where the actual gaps are. I'd involve my fellow peers, and committee members and friends to get involved in this. Who will hold me accountable? Initially, I mean, I have to give it a bit more thought, but it would be me, myself. And when do you need to start achieving this? So I think my start point was actually in February, but I've brought it to possibly in the next couple of weeks to deliver a few things. So that's there. And the last bit, who will you become? So I think at the end of this, I just want to become a better human being, to share my knowledge and my experience, what I have gained over the years, and improve on that. So in the roundabout ways, it comes back. That's all.
Great, Viral, thank you so much for that. I think we can all learn lessons about how we pay our taxes and the benefit of paying tax. No one likes to pay it, but that's what makes the world go round. So thank you for sharing that. That's a very powerful goal that you set there. So hopefully that was very useful there. So that's really good. Yeah, can we give Viral a round of applause? Just a question that's come up on the thing, on the chat. What gave us the ideas to start these seminars? Just very quickly, we, when we were I think just met that year, we were starting to talk about relationships, and we studied, we were in Thailand on holiday, and we started writing down everything we knew about relationships, why they went wrong, how we can make them better, and obviously we were getting into our relationship. We then thought we could do a relationship for single people who were trying to get into a relationship. So we created our singles workshop on finding the ultimate partner. Then we created a couples workshop on creating the ultimate relationship. And I think then from that we decided that we'd do other seminars, and we created the vision board seminar. So it was a follow-on thing, and just what we wanted to do is just to make a difference, wanted to give back. Part of our philanthropy, one of the things that Nita, you believe in, it's not about writing checks, it's about giving of your time, of your energy, your passion, your soul.
And I think that's why we've expanded our work into schools now, because these personal development workshops are very powerful. It's part of Ofsted, it's part of life skills learning, and it's an area where I think young people just don't get enough of, especially in the UK. So that's where our work is now happening with so many more people. Like I said earlier, 5,000 students have had access to our personal development workshops through the Enrichment in Education program that we set up through HemrajGoyalFoundation. Do check it out on our website.
Good, okay, well thank you. So let's start thinking about how we're going to make these vision boards a reality. And the misconception often is that you have a thought and somehow it will magically happen. Now sometimes it might, and sometimes you may take action without realizing it. As Eleanor said, she had it on a vision board, didn't realize, and then suddenly it manifested. But generally, your actions have to become habits over time. So we've got to create actions. If we want a great physique, a great body, it's not going to happen by accident. It's not going to happen by pressing the snooze button. It's going to happen by taking action. If we want to create a great business, if we want a great relationship, find the ultimate partner, we've got to take specific action. We've got to create habits over time. And so if we can share some of the, are we sharing the slides, guys? Just going to get them in action to share some of the slides, because there we go. So your actions have to become a habit over time. And there's a great book that I recommend that you read. I read last year, just before we did last year's seminar, called Atomic Habits by James Clear. And one of the things that it says in there is that too often we create these big goals and we want to create big actions. And the moment we stop or we fall off the wagon, we then give up. We say, how many of you can relate to this? You're on a diet and you eat that piece of chocolate that you shouldn't have eaten because you committed that you weren't going to eat it. And then you say, instead of saying, right, I recommit, you say, I'll forget the diet. I knew I couldn't do it anyway. And then you carry on eating the chocolate. Yeah. And then you look back and you go, blast, I never made that diet work. So the key thing that it says in Atomic Habits, if you're committed to doing exercise, even if you do a minute, just do a minute each day. Say, I'm going to do a minute. If you say you're going to write your book, do a minute. I'm coaching myself here now. Write a minute, or etc. So what happened is that by doing a minute, you probably end up doing more than a minute. But because you said you're going to do a minute, it gets you into action. Because often it's like, well, I haven't got time. So there's just, it's a brilliant, brilliant book. And what it says is do a little of everything often, and you'll get to the end result. And it's very, very powerful, because one of the key things of compounding, that if you get 1% better every day over a year, you can you'll be 37 times better than you are right now. So that's the benefit of compounding, and this is all straight from his book. And you need to create a good system that creates this habit. So system, so having a mentor, having people around you, for example. So this is a picture of, you saw Rita and Jeff earlier sharing about the family and what they do. So every year, some of you may know this, we go on a well-being retreat. We've done 4 so far, and because of COVID, we haven't done another one, but we're due to do another retreat this year. So create the people around you, create your peer group around you that are going to hold you accountable. That's part of your ecosystem of getting your goals, whether they be your health goals, your business goals, your relationship goals. If you surround yourself with people who are like-minded, you'll end up accelerating that performance and that progress. I'm just going to give you lots of clues and tips. Fitbit or Apple Watch, I used to use mine. I haven't used it for a while. Have a guess what? My steps went down. I'm now going to start using it again to monitor me. So something else that will keep you on track. It becomes a game. I don't know if Simran, I can't remember if Simran shared, but last year when she shared her story, is if you create things like games, you're more likely to achieve them, because have a guess what? Games are always more fun. So this was my steps. This is 2018. This is quite old. I need to update it. But before I did my vision boards and after, so you can see the progress of just getting inspired by doing the vision board session. So there's an app for everything. There really is. If you want to do yoga, there's a Truby app. You can do yoga online. There's videos, etc. So there's no real excuse of not being able to do things. The excuses are just our own, of our own making. Get a regular massage. One of the things that, again, I've got to commit to is having regular massages. I did start that. There's urban massage. There's all forms of ways and apps that one can have to look after themselves. Daily goal setting and planners. There's so many apps that can help support you around that. So in the chat, what apps do you use? Do people want to just put in there to help support others? I know last time we did this, people shared all the various apps, and that really did help make a huge difference to people by sharing the apps that people use. So if you've got a few minutes, just share some of the apps that you use to support you in your health and well-being. And whilst you're doing that, I'll keep moving on. So habits change your identity. Who do you wish to become? So let's have a look at what is the identity that you want, and how do you become the person that you want to be. So let's have a look up on the screen. We've got urban massage, Calm. I use Calm a lot to put me to sleep. Yoga Go, YouLife.
Habit tracker.
Habit tracker, that's one I think that was on there actually.
Right.
Inside Fitbits, there you go. So if you're scribbling, if you've got to, get your pen and paper and scribble down some of these. Down Dog for yoga.
7-minute workout app, that's what I need.
Yeah. So the key thing is do a little bit and do it often. Make it a habit. And the key thing is when you set your goals, when you write them down, maybe we should have mentioned this earlier, is your goal is not to read a book, it's to become a reader, because you're changing the identity of the person that you are. It's not to run a marathon, it's to become a runner. It's not to learn an instrument, but to become a musician. To go on a diet. Diets don't work, really they don't. It's to have a healthy lifestyle. And often people say, I want to get married. It's to be a great spouse. So these are some of the different ways that we can use language to really help us to achieve our goals. And it creates the long-term effectiveness of the identity of the person that you become, rather than that 1 minute, I want to do this, I want to do that. It becomes who you are. So, and some of the limiting beliefs that we have, how often do we hear some of this stuff? I'm not a morning person, so I can't get up in the mornings. I'm always late. I'll always fall back into my old ways, doesn't matter what I try. I'm not good with technology. So the app thing, that won't work because I won't know how to download them. I'm rubbish at directions. I'm terrible at remembering names. These are all the things that we say to ourselves that keeps us stuck. It keeps our identity back to, and doesn't allow us to move forward. So what can we do? We can cross these things out. If you hear yourself saying some of these, how many of you can relate to either one of these or something that you tell yourself and others to get yourself out of doing things? Yeah? So that's something you've created Okay, it's not who you are, it's who you've chosen to be that helps keep you stuck. Yeah. So let's see. Hopefully you can see for yourself. Just stop saying it. What you do is you're buying mileage with the people around you, the loved ones around you. They hear it and they see that language as back off. Leave me alone. Yeah. Stop pestering me. Yeah. Can you relate to that, everyone? Yeah. These are your identities, your signals to let people to tell you to back off. So, and then they can't be in your life to make that difference that they want to make. Believe you me, there are plenty of people in your life that really want to make a difference to you, but you've got all these belief systems that need upgrading to allow them in. Yeah, people follow? Yeah, a few nods going on there. So, okay. We should have these, we've got these. We're not following, we've got little stickers on the floor that we're supposed to stand by to make ourselves in the middle, but we're not using them. Never mind. So, let's ask ourselves, what would a healthy person do? What would a leader do? And what would a person of integrity do? So, if you think of some of these questions, then when you want to reach out for that bag of crisps or that chevra, as somebody said earlier, which some of my terrible habits, yeah, you'll think differently. You'll say to yourself, what would a healthy person do? They wouldn't have that. They'd have a glass of water, or they'd go and have a carrot or an apple. Yeah, absolutely. What would a leader do? So when you are in the office and you're having these bad habits, how does that show up with your team when they see you doing things that are not great? So how do you show up as a leader? And what would a person of integrity do? So if you've said, I'm going to get up at 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. and you press that snooze button, then what's that like when your partner is also woken up and you said that you were going to get up and you didn't? That's a personal joke there between ourselves. Cues, cravings, reward, response. This is straight from the Atomic Habits book, but you know, I'll summarize it. If you don't want to eat crisps, you don't want to eat chevra, what's the key thing not to do? Don't buy it and put it in the cupboard. Don't pretend it's for your guests and your friends when they arrive. It's not. It's for you to eat. And don't let your friends buy it for you either. I'm looking at my friend Marcus there, who bought me a whole load of
Indian
snacks just before Christmas, which I then duly stuffed, which wasn't great. So you're creating a cue because you think it's in the cupboard, and then you start craving it, okay? And then you're craving the response to go and get it, and then you get rewarded because then you're eating it and you feel good in the moment. And then once you've finished eating it, what do you feel? Regret, remorse, and you think, I wish I hadn't done that, but it's too late. And then you do that again and again and again. It's a great book to read. I recommend that you get a copy of that. So, how to break a bad habit. Make it invisible. Don't buy it. Hide it away. Okay, lock it away. Make it unattractive. I'm getting looks now. This is my chevra and crisp habit. Make it unattractive. Okay, so start thinking of the oil and the fat and you know all the bad stuff in it, all the monosodium glutamate, all the things that are going to not help you have a great life. Make it difficult. So don't put it in front of you. Make it hard. Don't buy it. Make it unsatisfying. So when you're eating it, don't allow yourself to have those pleasures that you normally have. That's how you break a bad habit. It's all in the book. Get it? I don't know if you can hear the rain pelting on top of the... Can you hear it? No? Okay, so... And how to create a good habit is make it obvious, make it attractive, make it easy, make it satisfying. So put your carrots outside and cut them up, and you know, have you noticed if someone cuts up some fruit and veg and puts it in front of you, you end up eating it. But if someone doesn't, it stays in the fridge and then you chuck it away after a week. Even though it's okay, but it's out of date now, and therefore you think, you know what, it's time to go in the bin. So lots of noddings going on there, so I think that people can relate to some of this stuff. So let's work on how do we create these habits. Who will be your accountability champion? So again, we talked about this earlier. Find someone that's not going to let you off the hook. That person who will say, excuse me, you said you weren't going to do that. You said you were going to do that. You said you'd get it done by that date. So find an accountability champion. Make sure they're not going to be soft on you, and give them permission to hold you accountable. So again, write some of this stuff down. Who's going to be your accountability champion for some of these things? And you won't want to do this, by the way. So part of you is saying, no, I don't want to do that. I know that person. If I give them permission, they will hold my feet to the fire and make it happen. But this is your choice now. Your choice is to go and reveal your goals, reveal what you want, and get that person to hold you accountable. And it could be your loved one, though often that's not always a great idea, because that could lead to rows. So pick someone else independent that you don't have to go to sleep with at night. Otherwise, you could have a few challenges. So hire a coach or a mentor, a trainer. I've got to get a trainer when I get back. I've had one for years and I've stopped doing it, and I'm starting to put on a few pounds and I need to put on more muscle as well.
You can recommit.
I can recommit, absolutely, which is what I'm going to do. I've had a coach for many years on the business side that's made a huge difference to me as well, and I've got a mentor as well who mentors me in my business too. So make sure you hire these people. They're great. They will push you beyond where you can push yourself. You will often find you're the worst coach for yourself. So try to find someone that will support you in that. So moving on, hang out with people you want to be like or you want to become like. Yeah. So make sure that you want to be around people that have habits like you have. So that's very key. Whether it's around your health, your well-being, your business, your integrity, your values, etc. Pick people, because believe you me, you'll either be able to influence them, or more likely they'll influence you and you'll become like them rather than the other way around. So make sure you choose your peer group wisely. Yeah, people following? Yeah, makes sense? So we talked about this earlier. I don't have time. It's a lie. Yeah, if you look at people all around, they're achieving stuff, right? So everyone's pointing at people around. I'm sure we all use that. If I don't have time, it really does mean it's not a priority. That we've got other priorities. We say that's a priority, but actually it's not a priority. We achieve our musts, not our shoulds. Yeah, if it's a must for us, we get it done. If it's a should, we put it on the back burner, and that Netflix program becomes, that series that we all watch, including us, becomes more important than the other things that we want to do. And then we go to bed late, then we don't get up in the morning because we had a late night. So have a think, we've got 24 hours a day, 168 hours a week. So if we sleep for 8 hours a day and even work 8 to 10 hours a day, you've still got 42 to 56 hours left in a week to do other stuff. Yeah. So even if you gave up 2 hours a week of those 42, 56 hours, that could transform your life, or 3 hours or 4 hours. So hopefully that puts into perspective. It's never not enough time. It's just it's not a priority. Yeah, we've got other priorities and we're not motivated. So you can use things like habit trackers. Somebody mentioned it earlier. This is quite good. If you like lists, this works really well. I love lists and I love ticking things off as I've done them. It keeps you on track. It becomes a bit of a game, and the satisfaction of ticking things off really does help. So you can, if you just Google this, you'll find these sheets are available online on Habit Tracker. Scheduling, put it in your diary. Everything that I put in my diary generally happens. All my meetings, I don't often even know they're happening. My PA puts them in my diary. Have a guess what? I look at my diary and then I make it happen. So scheduling absolutely makes a difference. So if it's not real until it goes into your diary. Nita, do you want to talk about morning rituals? While I drink
really
this water?
Great to talk about morning rituals, because I say things like I'm not a morning person. But you know what, over the years I've been transforming that thinking, and I have been getting up a lot earlier, and there's a few things that I like to get done. When I do these things that you could say almost on a habit tracker, I feel really great. I feel like a sense of achievement and that I'm on the right track, even if I do only 15 minutes of yoga and 10 minutes of meditation, which is like the shortest amount of time. I prefer to do, say, 1 hour meditation and maybe half an hour to 1 hour of yoga, but that's not always ideal, but I'll do a small thing. So my morning rituals really do set me up for the day. So when you have a good morning ritual, you get up early enough to start the day, the whole day just flows so much better. So it will have a massive impact on how the rest of your day flows, and being really committed to it and ensuring that you're true to yourself and that you say what you're going to do. I think that's the most important part. Anything more to add to that, Abish?
No, I think that's good, and I want to acknowledge you as well. Your morning rituals have definitely got better. You're doing the yoga, meditation in the mornings, and that's really good because that was on our goals for last year.
Is the rain coming through, Simran? Is it when I'm speaking?
Yeah,
We'll speak louder.
It's raining really hard here, by the way. You can hear it on the roof probably, but we'll keep going. I'll speak louder. There's one quick question there. How do you find people around you to be good role models? I think it's kind of the question. Real people. Get out there. There's plenty of them. Change your networks, your groups, you know, and as you start looking for those people, I promise you, they will show up. They're there. So as I said earlier, that thing that you say, I failed. No, you haven't. You haven't failed at all. Recommit and reset the clock. Don't fall off the wagon and stay off the wagon. All you got to do is jump back on. That's one of the biggest things I learned. I used to be such a defeatist. If I was on a diet, I'd say, oh God, I've broken that now, forget it, and then never go back to it. Instead of saying, actually, it's okay. It's okay to break it, just recommit. And use that example for anything that you commit to. So now what you do, a bit of exercise, write down against the 3 goals. Now you've only done 1 goal, but you can look at what 3 things or what actions could you take in the next 24 hours. And that's on page 19. What actions could you take over the next 24 hours to kickstart those goals? Because everything starts with the first step. So you can either do it for 1, 2, or 3. If you've got 3, just write down one thing. That could be make a phone call. It could be join a club. It could be have a conversation with someone. It could be clear out my larder of all the rubbish that's in there and throw it in the bin. What a great exercise that would be in commitment to not eating bad food, for example. So whatever it might be, get a mentor, join the gym, etc. What thing can you take immediate action on? That's the key. If you strike while the iron's hot, you'll make the biggest difference. So page 19, give you a few minutes to write down 3 goals or 1 goal. If you can make up some other goals in there as well if you like, and write down what you will do over the next 24 hours. And if you want, no rain noise here, okay? So I don't know how you can't hear it. It is absolutely hammering it. So yeah, if you want to commit into the group, you can do that as well. That'd be powerful. And then people who might know you in the group can hold you accountable as well. Play some music. I hope your slides are not blurry. They're a bit blurry here.
And I guess what people could also do is that goal, that over the next 24 hours, with their accountability champion, their accountability partner, that person could check in on them tomorrow.
Yep. So yeah, you could actually
say, look, have you done it? You said you were going to do this.
Good
have
point.
you done it?
Yeah, so you could talk to your accountability partner if you've selected one and let them know what your 3 goals are over the next 24 hours. Yeah, they can hear us. Yeah, people are busy writing, so that's why.
So Avnish, a few months ago, he was, one of the things on my goal has been to learn French. I've been saying it to you for a while. So what I did was I just went on Google and I found a company that you can learn different languages from online. And I joined up, and I was learning French for a few months.
No, you were. Down in the pod in the garden.
Then I cancelled one, and then I just couldn't recommit, so I need to recommit now.
That's it. That's what happens. You fall off, and then you don't recommit.
I really enjoyed my French lessons.
One of the things I'm going to recommit to is starting badminton again, which I started before Christmas. And again, it's phenomenal. So yeah, some of these things will be things that you used to do that you just stopped doing. So let's move on then.
Can we ask people actually what's the one thing they said they're going to do in the next 24 hours?
You can, yeah. I'm just conscious of time, but if we've got some shares, who'd like to share one thing they've committed to? Somebody maybe who hasn't shared before, a newbie?
Make a declaration because
Sangeeta.
we can hold
Welcome.
you accountable.
Can we unmute Sangeeta? She's going to tell us what she's committed to. Sangeeta, can you unmute?
Yep, no, need to unmute.
There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can. Hi, Sangeeta.
Hi. So I am going to take the action which Avnish, you mentioned earlier, that is expressing gratitude for my husband every night before going to sleep.
Wow. And that starts from tonight.
From tonight.
I'm going to message you and check out for Kay.
So we'll be your accountability partner.
Please be my mentor on that.
Yeah, we'll do that. With
Fabulous.
pleasure. Thank
That's
you.
brilliant. That's wonderful.
A great one. That's it. One step. Oh my God. We need to
Thank you,
making
beautiful people, beautiful couple. We're really happy to have you. I'm really happy to have you guys in my life.
Oh, thank you, Sangeeta. Thanks for joining as well. We're so privileged to have you online as well.
Yes, it is an honour and privilege, Sangeeta, to have you join us. You're just an amazing woman.
Great.
Thank you. Hugely inspirational.
Thank you. So, thank you for that. And now we're going to move on to Selena and then Sundip. So if we can give them the request to unmute and let's hear them talk about their accountabilities and their goals. Selena.
Hello.
Here we go.
Okay, so one of my goals was to regulate my sleeping and waking pattern. So since working for myself, I had quit my full-time job back in October, and I've been working on my own business. But I noticed that my sleep and waking pattern has been a bit chaotic. So I guess I want to do a digital detox by 9:30 p.m. and then wake up at 7 a.m. on weekdays. And then that will give me more of a chance to read before I go to bed rather than spending time on my phone. And then waking up at 7 a.m. feeling more refreshed rather than waking up whenever I feel like it.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Selena. You know what? Digital distractions are the biggest disruptors of our life right now. And it is about having, dissociating yourself from any digital media and just giving yourself, like you say, the time to read, to rest, to meditate, to reflect, to journal. There's so many things you can do that will be far more powerful and serve you better in life.
Exactly, yes. So I want to use that time to read a bit more rather than just spend time on my phone and then just hit the pillow. So yeah, I want to regulate my sleep and waking a bit more.
Powerful, thank you, Selena. Can I check in with how your goal's going then? On that. I'll message you.
Okay, good.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Selena. And Sundip.
Hi. How are we doing?
Yeah, good. Good seeing you again.
I'm Anita. Great to see you guys. It's been a year.
Yeah.
As I say, so very quickly. Yeah, my goal is to do 3 half marathons this year. So I started off one last year. And accountability and what have you. We've got some running partners who we commit to each other and make sure that we achieve what we're looking to achieve. So that's the plan. And just digress for a second, that Atomic Habits book, I just bought that book right now because I'm a procrastinator and I don't stick to my plans of goals. So let's hope I'll be reading that book when it arrives tomorrow, and we'll see how we go. The joys of Amazon. Hey.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Sundip, thanks for sharing that. And just to change the narrative, you were a procrastinator. You now take decisions. That's what.
Absolutely
if anybody
right.
ever mentions a book to me, I order it immediately on Amazon. Whether I'm going to read it or not, it's there ready to be read. It's amazing.
I sat there for 2 minutes, probably about a minute actually. Shall I order it? Shall I not order it? And I realised, no, I should order it. There we go.
There you go. You got power from today. Fabulous.
Absolutely.
Okay, great stuff. Thank you for that. Kalpana, very quickly, and then we're going to move on because we are getting pushed for time now. Thanks, Sundip and Kalpana.
I just want to add something to what Selena said. Hi, Selena. I do know Selena from before. Whilst on this seminar, I've actually deactivated my Facebook account, and that's going to serve me now for the next month or so, because all the time I'm putting stuff on Facebook. I've had a birthday, I've done an indoor skydive, and I do so many things that I want to share with the world, but it also stops me from doing other things. So I feel that it works for me when I deactivate social media, leave lots of useless groups, and focus on achieving what I want to achieve. And then when I'm nearer my goals, I get straight back on again onto everything. Thank you.
Oh, brilliant.
Great.
Thank you, Kalpana.
Thank you. Should we take one more share?
Yeah, can I just add with Kalpana, her story she was sharing earlier is a very powerful story. And so many of her people said it's actually one of the best stories in the book, Voices from Gujarat. So if you do, please get a chance to have a read of that book of very empowering women who have transformed their lives or have just, done some incredible things with their lives against all odds. Thank you for that, Kalpana. Thank you for being part of my journey on that book.
Great, and let's move on then. We've got one more share. Zilal, if you can unmute her, and let's quickly get a quick share there.
I just wanted to ask, because my career, I don't really know what to choose for my career, and I struggle to find what to choose. And how do you think I can choose my career?
How do you choose your career?
How old are you, Zilal?
How old are you?
How old are you?
I'm 14.
14.
You just enjoy school life, enjoy learning, enjoy reading lots of books. The career, I guess, always, what I always say is do what you love doing. Do what you really, really are passionate about, if you know what that is, and follow your heart in that way. So if you do select a course, do something that you love. There must be a favourite subject at school that you absolutely love doing, and just follow that route.
Yeah, I agree. I echo that. Follow your passion. Follow what you love doing. You're not expected to know what your rest of your life's about at the age of 14.
Yeah.
So don't beat yourself up. You shouldn't have it worked out. If you have, then great, but most people haven't. And most people haven't got it worked out when they're 40, let alone 14. So just follow what you're great at and just enjoy your life, and then your path will open up before you. So don't overthink it, I think, is the answer. Great, let's move on then. Knowledge becomes really useful when we use it to take consistent and massive action to produce the results we call success. So this is all about how we take massive action, and that's what we've been really talking about today. This sums up that whole section on action. So let's now talk about legacy and forwarding the clock. I'm just looking at the clock whilst I'm speaking now. So this is about what's our life, when we look at the end of our life, what we're going to look back and say our life was about. So if we turn to page 20, let's think about that we're in 2050 and we're reflecting on our achievements over the last 28 years. So let's very quickly do that exercise. We'll play a bit of music for a couple of minutes, and just to make sure that we've done the exercise, think about what you've achieved. It's 2050 now. What have you achieved? What have you achieved over the last 28 years?
We have some music, please.
Can we have some music? Just think about, is my mic on? Can you all hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Just think about all the things in your life, where you live, your family, by then you might have children or grandchildren, your health, because when you add 28 years on, you've got to think about your age, how you're going to keep that health going, the finances, etc. Write down in 28 years what your life's going to be about, and dream big, think big. One of the key things that people never ever talk about are the things they did do. They always regret the things they never did. So just think about what will your life look like in 28 years, at 2050. Down those black lines. those dots. Dots. Okay, just conscious of time, so we're going to keep moving on. I'm going to list that out. So in terms of our legacy statement, we're not going to cover it today, but our legacy statement is to live, to learn, to laugh, to love, and to leave a legacy. So that's some work we could probably do at a future workshop. But you know, it really is about the end of your life. What is the legacy that you're going to leave? And start to think about that now. So the final thing that I wanted to talk about was self and being the best version of yourself that completes the goals. So how are you going to create an ecosystem that creates that sustainability to allow you to achieve everything that you want in life and yet still feel fulfilled? So it means doing a number of things. That's developing yourself to serve others, your self-awareness, your self-worth, and your self-development. So having a look at being self-aware, looking at your own self-worth and your self-development. These are very big, powerful areas in themselves. And today we've been just starting to explore some of those things. And this is just the start of that journey in terms of that. But if you think about our lives, you think about we're climbing this mountain to achieve the outcomes that we said. And you know, it does feel like sometimes, you know, it is that hard when you look. And then we're going to face all sorts of challenges, you know, all sorts of terrain, all sorts of unusual circumstances that we never accomplished or encountered before. And occasionally we're going to fall off and have to get back on. And then eventually one day we'll get to that top, that peak, that summit and celebrate. And then we look across and we see other goals, other achievements that we can have. Because we did that, we now know that leaves other things to be possible. But the key thing I believe is to, as you're climbing that mountain, is to be helping others up. That's what Anita and I truly believe in. And then does that summit have to be a peak? Can it not be a plateau? And wouldn't it be so much better if when we reach the top that we share that with so many other people and really be able to celebrate together those successes? And that's what these seminars and our lives are about. How do we celebrate our successes together? So the key thing is, how do we accelerate that progress? How do we learn in a few hours what it's taken someone in a lifetime? And some of you will be doing this already. You know, read books. You can learn amazing facts, amazing things out of reading books. Nowadays, you've got things like Audibles. I know you read Audible or listen to Audibles, as well as the one that Blinkist, is it?
Blinkist is very good. So if you want to get a summary of a book, it's a fantastic app, and it just, you know, allows you to access a whole range of different books.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's an easy way of assimilating that information. Create a book club. So a couple of years ago, some of you will know this, we created our family book club. Whilst we're on holiday, we read a number of books, including many of these books. And it's really powerful because when you get part of a book club, you end up reading books that you ordinarily wouldn't read. And some of those books, like The Divide, obviously Voices from Punjab, The Road Less Traveled, and The Secret were really powerful books. And you've got Atomic Habits there as well. So some really powerful books there. And we talked about this earlier. Anita, you mentioned this. Podcasts, Audibles, TED Talks as well. What I often do is get on my cross trainer in the morning and I put on a TED Talk. So I'm nourishing both my mind as well as my body. That's a really great way of getting a double whammy. And I love listening to TED Talks. You've got experts who in 15, 20 minutes will tell you the absolute essentials of a lifetime's worth of work often. Landmark education. Again, I know many of you in this call have done Landmark. Some of you have done it very recently. I know Selina's looking up there because I know she did it very recently as well. Now it's online as well, so it's even easier. Just throw yourself in some of these programs. These are life-changing programs. I did Landmark programs 20 years ago, over 20 years ago now, and it absolutely transformed my life. And then create that ecosystem. This is some of the things that I get involved in. Some of them, Anita, you're involved in as well, because they say if you want to get something done, give it to a busy person. Not sure I fully agree with that now, but because I want to get less busy. But definitely, it's amazing the capacity one has in what one can do if you put your mind to it. And I'm involved in a number of these organisations, either as a founder or as a patron, and it's phenomenal the impact that we're having on these areas, isn't it?
And I think just to add to that, Avnisha, we just go back to the slides. Avnisha's been on this journey with me, or I've been on this journey with you. Together, we've been able to become like a husband and wife ambassadors on the Alzheimer's Society. We're both volunteers of championing social care and part of the founding group. And it's just great when you've got that partnership or somebody to do things with. It just makes it more fun. So in us as a married couple, it really helps us in our everyday lives, in our meetings and whatever we're doing. We're so aligned with our work and all of the philanthropy that we're doing as well, with all the foundations and everything. So that's just been an amazing 8 years or so of me being involved in these various sectors. And one thing I've learned is increase your networks. When you start to join different organizations, clubs, and charities and everything, and volunteer, that's just a great place to give your talent, your energy, your time. It doesn't have to be about giving funds, but it can certainly open up your mindset and really grow you as a person, and also help many other people along the way too.
Absolutely. And what you get back is tenfold. And you don't do it to get stuff back, but naturally you get it back. So, quick exercise now. We are at it's 7:57 here in the evening, but it's 3:47 where you are. So if it's okay, we are going to overrun by a few minutes because we wanted to take the sharing. So there's a few more exercises to go, then there's a wrap up. So how are you going to nourish yourself, to propel yourself towards your vision? What are the things that you're going to put in place? It's on page 21. Very quickly, just write down some of the things that you've learned today, the things that you're going to do, whether it's reading certain books, watching TED Talks, joining a peer group, a business club, forming a book club, setting up your own. What I find is that if I can't find a club, I'll go and set one up.
So I think it's really important to look at the 4 areas. So physically, so that's your physical body, your intellectual mind, your emotional well-being, and also your spirituality. So do look at, I call it pies. It's the best way for me to remember it, pies. So P is for physical, I is for intellectual, E is for emotional, and S is for spirituality. If you look at those areas, that's you, that's your self-development, your self-awareness, your self-worth. Look at how you can nourish yourself to increase your confidence, to increase your self-awareness about who you are as a person. And self-awareness, you could do so much in that. So you can do a disc profiling, for instance, to find out how well you communicate, look at what your weaknesses and your strengths are. And there's so many different questionnaires you can do online that can help you to identify more about yourself. The other one is the 5 love languages. That's really powerful. So it's a 5-10 minute quiz online. By doing these quizzes, you get to see what your likes and dislikes are, what your strengths are in terms of your loving style as well. There's many, many things out there that you can do to get that self-awareness, and of course developing your mind as well intellectually, as Avnish mentioned some of those ideas.
Okay, so that's the exercise there. Looks like most of you have done it from what I can see. The things that you're going to do. And then the final exercise is how are you going to serve others?
This is my favourite one.
I think, have we got a video to play? There's a 1-minute video on this, whilst people are looking at filling that out on page 21. Hopefully they've queued that up. Did we give them that one?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, let's roll it.
So this is something that really nourishes us as individuals, as a couple, in our giving, in our philanthropy, and we just want to share a very short video of some of it's very short video, just seeing how you can get involved with serving others, and certainly how I've got involved with serving others through the foundation. So when the tech team are ready, we can get this video up, but think about this for yourself as well. I'm Anita Goyal, and I'm the CEO of the HemrajGoyalFoundation. I've been involved in philanthropy for the last 5 years. It's been my food for my soul, so that's what's encouraged me to just throw myself into this and immerse myself into this work. So philanthropy for me is giving my time and my efforts into bringing causes and awareness about issues in the world, you know, the inhumane and injustice that can often be hidden, and bringing that out openly to the public and delivering some key messages. I think for the world, philanthropy is vital for human growth, for contribution to humankind is essential for changes that we wish to see in the world. So philanthropy is not just about somebody who has access to huge funds where they can write a check and they can give readily and easily. I think it's about anybody can be involved in philanthropy. And I think it's also important to raise awareness about all kinds of issues. There's injustice in something that's happening to children, to women, and saying, why is this happening? Why is this happening to these people? I think philanthropy is about children being involved and saying, you know, how can I be part of this change? Because they are our future. So I encourage all of the next generation to see what they can do to really start becoming the next generation of philanthropists that we really need in this world.
So hopefully that inspires you to think about how you can serve others, because ultimately that's why we're here today, to serve each and every one of you in our busy life and our busy schedule. So I really wanted to thank you all for coming today. There was one last closed eye process, but
I think, yes, we should do it.
yeah, we should do that. Yeah. But what I wanted to do first of all actually is thank the team for putting this on today. For Bunty, first of all, for making it happen. He's clapping on the screen there, you can probably see him, for telling us we could do it, and we must do it, and we did do it. And to BJ here, who may be watching, for then finding Farhan, who then got his team together and put this together. And we've put this together literally in 24 hours, I think it is, to make it happen. So, but just wanted to serve you all, and so I want to say a huge thank you. So if you could show your appreciation, I know they're watching and listening.
And also a huge thank you to Arjun Shah, our producer for my podcast show, as well as this event as well. And also to Catherine, who's our executive PA, for all her support over this weekend. And to Simran as well, who's come to support. She's just sitting here. My daughter, you can give a wave, Simran, at some point, come and join us.
She doesn't want to come on the screen.
So yeah, and just, everybody that's supported us, our family, our friends, and all of our networks. Thank you very, very much.
Absolutely, to everyone that's been part of this, and there's probably people we've missed out as well. So a huge thank you. So hopefully you got value from it. What we're going to ask you to do next, what I was going to ask you to actually is, but it's too late now to do it, I think, but maybe you can text us to say where you first heard of us, where you first met us. That would have been quite interesting to follow back that journey of when we first met. For example, I've got Claire, who met on a plane coming back from America, and Claire, you've been on both seminars, both years now, so it's amazing how these friendships can develop just from a conversation of swapping seats on a plane. Thank you for that. So what we're going to do now is ask you to close your eyes, and we're going to just wrap up the whole afternoon and evening. So if you just put everything down and just close your eyes and take a deep breath. And we're going to play a little bit of music in the background. That's it. So just close your eyes and just relax. Take a deep breath in and relax. And just think about the 6 hours that we spent together. The 6 hours of thinking about what our life is really about. Thinking about what's really important in our life. So think about your own life. Think about the goals that you've set. Think about the people in your life, their health, where you live, and all the things that you want to make happen. And just start to visualize yourself. Start to visualize yourself moving forward towards those goals. Start to feel those goals, those achievements coming towards you. Start to feel how you'd feel having those things in your life. Your health, your well-being, your spirituality, the financial success, the great relationships, all the things that you've yearned for. Start to feel all those things that you can visualize, bring them closer and closer to you. And start to feel them a part of you. Start to feel them as part of your identity, a part of your calling. Something that you're totally embraced in and committed to. Start feeling them getting closer and closer, so close that you grab them and you hug them around you. And start to feel the kind of person that you've now become because of these goals. A person of integrity, a person who has strong values, a person who wants to make a huge difference, who has fulfillment and growth as part of what they do. A person who has wonderful people around them. Laughter, happiness, joy, satisfaction. And as you imagine all of this, put a smile on your face and give yourself an amazing hug, because you deserve it. You've spent the last 6 hours working on yourself. Make that difference on a Sunday, and you need to acknowledge yourself for the difference that you've made to yourself, and through the difference that you've made to yourself, the impact that you will have on the world around you. That's right, just take it in, take another deep breath. Start feeling energized, even though it's been a long day and you've been amazing on this Zoom call. And very shortly, I'm going to ask you to open your eyes, and you're going to open your eyes feeling really refreshed, ready for the rest of the afternoon and the evening, and to have a great Sunday. And to share with your loved ones your goals, your ambitions, your passions, what your life is about. And you're going to embrace it, you're going to get them excited with you, but making sure that you're in their world too. So get ready to open your eyes, feeling refreshed, excited and passionate about your future. Okay, I think we're pretty much there. Just wanted to see if we had 1 or 2 shares finally, and then we'll wrap up for the day. Is anybody who'd like to say what they've got out of today? How's it been? And I just want to thank you all from the bottom of my heart. Whilst we're waiting for someone to put their hand up, I just want to acknowledge it'd be great if we've just got 1 or 2 final shares before we close the afternoon, the evening. I just want to say a huge thank you to this lady here, first of all, for the amazing woman that you are, the passion, the commitment, the dedication that you have, and everything that we do together, and just the way that we interact, through all the challenges, all the difficulties. We just ride through them, and we always stay connected, and we work through things together. And I could never do this without you, ever. You make all this possible, and you make this so much more enjoyable and worthwhile. You are my true soulmate and partner, sonically. Thank you. I would normally hug her, but because it's in public, we'll refrain from doing that. Good, okay, so thank you. So Bernie, and then Tasneen, and then we'll wrap up. So Bernie?
Want to say a huge thank you to both of your team. It's very it's very strange in the world today that you have two people who are at the height of business that you are, share with people your talents freely, and your gratitude shines through, and you have truly inspired me today, and I thank you so much. It's been truly enlightening, and the love you have for each other, it's just beautiful. So long may it continue, and I wish you every success.
Oh, don't do that.
Bernie, thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Bernie. It's an
Really
honour
appreciate
to receive your lovely feedback and
to serve you as well.
Serve you as well. It's been great. Thank you.
Okay, we've got some few shares. We're going to quickly whiz through them. Tushar, Tasneen, Dylan, and then Mark. So very quickly, Tushar.
I'd just like to say thank you, Avnish and Anita Goyal, for taking your time out on a Sunday from your holiday, and it's priceless what you're doing and all the charities that you're supporting as well through HemrajGoyalFoundation. So thank you, and I wish you and all your Happy New Year.
Thank you as well.
Thank you, Tushar. Thank you very much. I see you have your amazing vision boards. Is that last year's and this year's one next to you? Fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you. You look like a monk sitting there. It's lovely. Great.
He's a very spiritual man.
Dylan, thank you.
Thank
Next,
you.
Dylan. The Shah family. Can we unmute?
Hi, I just want to say thank you so much, Avnish uncle and Anita auntie. It's amazing. I think everyone should give themselves, a round of applause for actually joining on this Zoom. And I think actually the second time doing it was actually more beneficial to the first, because I knew how it would work, and I think the whole concept just kind of synced in a bit more. And also, I was wondering if it would be quite nice if you could do like a young leaders one as well for the younger children, like just for children. So maybe that's something I can help with.
Yeah, sure. Dylan, I don't know, I mentioned earlier that we're doing this programme, that same Happiness Young Leaders Workshop in schools now across the UK. We've already worked with 5,000 children. So if you want us to come to any of your schools, get in touch with us, email us on info@hgf.org.uk. We are always looking for more schools to go and work with, and Jermaine Harris will deliver those workshops. So yeah, I'll open it up to everybody. You can have access to all of these workshops.
Yeah, and also I just want to say I'm looking forward to the next live one, especially the firewalk. I'm very looking forward to that. So thank you.
We haven't got one scheduled, but you've put that in the space now. You're going to make us think about putting some more sessions on. So great, thanks for that. Sorry, Tazeen, I missed you out. And
no, that's okay. Shaquille wanted to share. This is his vision board he did earlier. Shaquille, it's your turn to talk. Go on. Come on, everyone's listening to you. Oh, he's run off now.
That's okay.
That's okay.
Okay, I'll share it for him. You can see there.
Oh, that's amazing.
No, it's so lovely that you're so proud of him, and to celebrate your son in that way, it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, no, but thank you to you both for helping inspire him. We wouldn't have been able to do this without you. There's no way he would have done this on his own. He did it earlier on this morning, so thank you.
Wow, great, Tasneen, thank you. And don't worry, he's still a long way to go yet. The fact that he's there with you is just an absolute pleasure to witness you both going through this journey together. Fabulous, good. Okay, well, I think last but not least, Mark. Haven't spoken to you in a long while, Mark. How are you?
I'm very good, thanks, Avnish. It's been a long time for sure, isn't it? We've known each other for 10, 12 years now. And yeah. And sort of going over the stuff today was really refreshing, because I've been so busy, I kind of got distracted from core values, and to reconnect to some of my core values is really great, even though we're trying to manage 3-year-old twins in the background all the time. So yeah, it's just been really good. And thank you for making the big effort, for still putting it on while you're in Dubai. That's fabulous.
No, you're welcome.
And Linda's been doing it as well. So we're having good fun here.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Anisha.
Thank you, Linda.
Hi,
Thank
Linda.
you, Mark. It's just been amazing to know you both. And, you know, again, your twins you have, which are miracles in your lives. And, you know, it's great that you're getting them to join in and listen, because it's all going in. And just on that note, Mark, I just want to say, like, even thank you to all the parents who have encouraged and, you know, got their children to engage with this activity, because it's so powerful for them. Nobody can ever take this away from them for the rest of their lives. You know, somewhere along the way, they will use these life skills. It will become part of their, you know, toolbox. If you start exposing your children to personal development in this age, is just so great for their mindset.
Yes, and because I know, like us, you guys have been around personal development quite a lot in the past, and some people are quite new to it. So I've got a couple of people to sign up today, and they've been texting saying, "Oh, I'm not sure what to do," and they just need to relax and go with the flow, because it will just open up and the magic will happen. Because I know that the 2014 vision board, we'd been told by doctors that we wouldn't be able to have children, and we'd had children on our 2014 vision board, and by the powers of the universe opening up to us, we met this great clinic in Athens, Greece, that managed to give us the two blessings that we have.
Fabulous. Some miracles that happen out of not giving up. So, Mark, thank you so much, and Linda, and to your two little ones running around. It's great to see you again, and just want to say a huge thank you to you all. We could keep going. I'd love to carry on talking to all of you.
And can I just say a huge thank you to you, Avnish, because you are the brains, the intelligence, the smartness, the everything behind this whole workshop, because without you, this wouldn't happen. This probably could have happened without me, but not without you, for sure. So your commitment, dedication to everyone is just unwavering, and I just commend you for that. It's just absolutely brilliant. And thank you for being such a great husband and a great leader.
You're welcome.
You know, you're my champion, and you know you're being a champion here for everyone today, even though it's raining.
As she says that,
the heavens agree.
The heavens open up and it's thundering here.
Wow.
So it's absolutely deafening here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Namaste,
Bye.
and
Take care.
welcome. See you soon.
Bye.
Like famous. Thank you all. Yeah.